Everything I'm going to press, you'll see it at the bottom left corner. Let's start with navigation. Navigation is pretty simple in Blender, mostly made with the mouse middle click. By scrolling it up and down, it will zoom in, zoom out. By pressing it and holding and moving around, we'll pan around the view. And by holding shift and holding middle mouse click, now we can move around. For selecting objects, we just left mouse click on them. I will select one of them and hold shift so I can select the second one. Press X. X, you can delete the objects, or you can just press del button, which will delete them instantly. Now let's select our cube, go into the Modifier tab, choose modifier called Subdivision Surface, and I'll add maximum amount, which is 6. With this arrow, I will apply it. And now I want to see how many vertices this sphere has. What you have to do is go into Report Overlay. And here we have a statistic button. I'll press it. And now in this area, I can see how many vertices my object has. I want to make my object a bit bigger. What I'm going to do is press S, which is just means scaling up, and will move my mouse to make it bigger. S is for scaling, R is for rotating, and G is for moving. If you want to reset the position while it's still actively moving, you just press right mouse click and it resets the position. If you by accident applied it with your left mouse click anywhere in your area, what you can do is hold Alt and press G. What Alt does is resets the object mode position. So if you scale it and you want to resize it back, you can press Alt S and it will rescale the size. Now, I don't really want to have resizable object. So what I have to do is apply this scale. You can do that by pressing Ctrl and plus A and applying all transforms. Now this object is in this area. And if I press Alt S, it will not become smaller. Now when we have a sphere, you can start sculpt. To start sculpting, you have to move to the sculpting mode. You can find the modes up here. Let's choose the sculpting mode. Before sculpting, we'll be using symmetry. You can find symmetry in the tools. You can find most of the things in the tools. Here is the symmetry. But in the newer versions of Blender, you can find a lot of tools up here in this menu. So you can see like a butterfly action crossed in the middle. This shows that it's a symmetry. Mainly we're using X symmetry. So let's select that. Now we will see 2 dots on our sphere. If we don't have it, you will see only 1. This will help us navigate through the sphere. Next thing, I don't really like default look of the Blender's materials. So what I do is always use matte caps. You can change matte caps with this arrow and by pressing matte caps. Now, if you want to have all of these matte caps, which I have, you'll have to go into my Gumroad, which I will leave the link in the description, and download it. I'll try to use the most default one, which almost similar looking one comes with Blender, just a bit lighter. So the shadows are not that hard, same as specularity. Let's learn about the tools. What I'm going to do is go here till I see this icon. I'll press down and drag out my tools. This way you will see how they're called. Before I can sculpt, there's always shortcuts are very useful. Mostly used shortcuts will be for the grab, crease, smooth. Other shortcuts are not that important. And the tools which don't have shortcuts, it will quickly make the shortcuts for them. So if you press Q, you probably might not see anything, but if for quick favorites, you can put in the quick favorite tools by pressing on them with the right click. And the first choice by adding a quick favorites. Now the inflate brush will go into my quick favorites. I won't be using it. So if you change your mind and you want to get rid of them, you just go back to the tool, right click again, and now you can remove it. For my ones, I have Draw Sharp and Clay Strips. Draw Sharp is here and Clay Strips is here. Are the main tools which I use to sculpt my meshes. Next thing very important for you to know is if you have a tool, it will have its strength, radius. Let's talk about radius. So you can change radius with a quick shortcut of F and moving your mouse from left to right. Right will increase it, left will decrease it. By clicking on a canvas, you will apply a choice. When you are happy with your size, you'll probably have to change strength. I am using tablet, graphic drawing tablet. Oh, my strength will not be 0.6. I will show you what are basically most used areas of my brush. And if you can see it's close to the middle, that means I'm using only half of the strength. And I always recommend using lower strengths because it becomes way easier to control the brush. So if you're using the mouse, I recommend you going to 0.3, 0.4, or 0.2. I'm using the tablet one, so I will use the default ones. Now, let's select the grab brush and make our brush size much bigger. We'll need to go through the views, and the views can be changed with numpad. If you have a numpad, you can use it. So 1 is the front view, 3 is the side view, and 7 is the top view. By any chance you have a top view and you want to see the bottom view, what you have to do is press 9. So 9 changes the view of completely opposite. Let's say we are on the right side of the side view. I want to see left side, you press 9. It will switch to the left. You can also change views with this sphere-like bubble. And by pressing on these icons, the views will be changed. I'm usually using numpad 1 just because it feels more intuitive. References are extremely important for sculpting, even if you will not be sculpting the same type of face or thing. I will still share the references for the sculpt that I'm trying to achieve. It might be looking a bit different, and it probably will look much different for you. But don't worry, we're learning the basis of the face and how to structure it. I always start with the grab brush tool, and what I do is go into the front view and drag from the middle part of the bottom down. Now a bit on the sides to lower it down. Now I will go into the side view with shortcut numpad 3, position my camera, and draw the face a bit outwards to make a head a bit bigger, because we need to have brains for our character. I like to go at the completely bottom and draw a bit of the chin, just for a position. It doesn't have to be anything complete yet. Another thing for sculpting faces very important is view. So what I'll do is press and shortcut to get the side menu. And in the view options, I'll change focal length of our camera. I usually like to use from 75 to 105. I usually go somewhere in the middle by 85 or 9. It's not going to be too much different between these two numbers, but it's definitely going to be a huge difference between 50, which is the standard. It will become very hard for us to shape a good looking nose. And somewhere at the 90, it will be more natural. Press N again to hide the menu. If you don't want to use the shortcut, you can use the small arrow in here. But I usually don't like this. Okay. Now, when we have this nice head shape, I always tell that head shape is extremely important, which you should take care of the most if you're a beginner, because a good basis for things are an amazing track to successful head sculpt. I'll go a bit into the top view and shape my skull a bit on the back. I'll make it a bit longer and a bit bigger on the side. I'll definitely use my annotation. Let's use some better color. Now, when you're shaping the skull from your top view, always have this line where it's a bit thicker in here and a bit smaller and narrower at the front of the face. Okay. Same goes for the front view. Oh, nothing too complicated yet. I'll choose the clay strip brush, which is at the top. If you're not using a quick favorite, you can select from there. And with the medium size radius brush, I'll start forming a jaw. This is only gonna be a line which is gonna help us sculpt. Nothing special yet too. And if you look for reference and tried learning about face sculpting before, you'll see that many people uses face planes. So what we're gonna do is somewhat try to make a face planes for us, which is going to make easier to make a face shape. What I'm gonna do is choose the scrap brush tool. And with this type of radius, I'm gonna slowly carve in the face to the side. You can do same a bit at the bottom. Don't go too heavy on it. And I will smooth. Now, smoothing tool works with every single brush, but you just have to press and hold Shift key. And when you're going to draw on the object, now it's gonna smooth. Now, keep in mind if some tools don't really work with Shift, and which one doesn't work is everything below yellow tools. So all of these below yellow tool, if you will have it selected, it's not gonna smooth out. You can do a quick test by choosing clay strips, drawing this. You don't have to copy this. I'll select the mask brush tool and hold Shift. So you can see nothing happens. Same goes for every other tool. And if I go even to the first yellow tool, you can see that the Shift brush works now. What I'm gonna do is go into the side view, and I want my jaw starting from somewhere here and going down. Not that much inner line, which is right now at this point. Let's fix this problem quickly with the grab brush tool and side view. Now, keep in mind that if you're in the side view, your object will not move on other planes, only on this plane where your view is at. So what I usually do is go into the side view and rotate view a bit and start moving my jaw then. For now it looks big, but that's okay. Let's just go in the front view and make it smaller. Can draw a chin out a bit down and forming our face as our reference. Doesn't have to be perfect yet because without all the landmarks it's kind of hard to get the face right. I'll always recommend getting the neck because with the neck everything becomes a bit easier to follow. So we'll be using a masking tool. You can select it from here or just press M, which is short for mask. The masking tool, I will draw the mesh something like this. And now use a shortcut for masking tools. Masking tools are hidden for the shortcut A. And we have this pie menu. I'll choose the invert option. And now scroll a bit down. By the way, if you don't need these names, you can make it smaller. And somewhere in the middle, you'll see most of the tools. But for this tutorial purpose, I'm using this big one. We'll be using Move Brush. And go into the side view. If you don't like where your arrows are, you can change their position with this sculpting option, set pivot, and pivot to unmasked. I usually use unmasked, and you can see I have set up the shortcut with the V key. You can make the shortcut by right-clicking and adding change shortcut. You can also add to quick favorites, but I usually don't like to mix up these tools. When we have it this one, you can just draw from use not arrows. Arrows are fine too, but if you want to move on both of two axes, you can just use this plane looking like thingy. In this case, I'll use arrows because it will be easier to explain. So I will move it down, and the next need to be moved a bit right. Not too drastically, and I will leave it somewhere here. We can clear the mask by pressing A again and selecting clear mask. I'll use the shift, and of course it's not working because I'm using the move tool. I'll just go to clay strips quickly and start smoothing my mesh. We're having a pretty nice looking base for our face. What I'm going to do is go into the front view and try thinking where our eyes can be. So if your face is something like this, eyes would go somewhere almost in the middle. That's where I start. Eyebrows can be a bit higher than the middle. That just keep in mind. Of course, we're using a sculpting tool, which is digital, which means we can always change the position of where the things are, and we probably will be changing the position where we are, but this is where the basis comes from. I like to make quite big eye gaps with the clay strips. Some people like to use draw brush, which is the top one, or X is the shortcut for it. But with the draw tool, I usually find that it makes it too deep. Now, if you watching that tutorial and you don't understand how I'm carving it without drawing it on the top, what I do is just hold Ctrl key and it switches the position of the tool. It works with every single tool. Now, let's say we'll be using draw sharp this first time. If you use it normally, it will carve in, but if you hold Ctrl, it will go outwards. Okay, so we have this setup. I like to go into the side view and fix the skull a bit. What I do is go into here where the eyes are and drag a bit in and fix all the skull. As you can see with the neck and the eyes, everything becomes way more apparent on how our head is. What I'm keeping in mind is how long this is. So usually this area of the skull back is equal to your nose. Now I'm just keeping it roughly positioned. We'll probably change it a bit later. I'm gonna go into the front view, use clay strips again, and start forming a bit of the nose. Don't worry too much about the shape. I can see that it's becoming very, very hard to add details because the mesh itself is not looking smooth. Before doing anything further, I always recommend to save the project just in case project crashes. So how you can save it is go into the file menu and save or save as, or I usually use shortcut because we always have to keep resaving the project while working on it. The shortcut is simple Control and S. Now go into the where you want your project to be saved and name it how you want it. In this case, I will save as Justice Tutorial and save my Blender file. When a file is saved, we can go further now. If you're not complete beginner to Blender or sculpting, you can choose from two things. It's Voxel Resolution on the top. If you're new, you can keep following me. I'll be using Voxel Resolution. But if you will really not like it, then you can go check some other videos and learn more about Top. Shortcut for changing voxel resolution is Shift R. And moving your mouse right to left. Now be very careful with this. I will cancel operation with the right click for now. And you can see all of these numbers are here in the remeasure tab. You can see voxel size, that's what the resolution is. And then remeshing itself is the button here. I'm not gonna click it anything yet. Now, be very careful with these options because going it very quickly to the right side will definitely crash your computer. So this is not very safe if you're not being careful. So what I ask everyone to do is going a little bit and then apply it, and then go again with the resolution and apply it. Because if you do it this way, your movement will become less changing the number. So let's say I go into this and now I move, you see the number only changes a bit. This way it's much safer. What I'm gonna do is go to like 0.4 and up. First, I'm gonna save the file again and now apply it. Applying the voxel remeasure, the shortcut is Ctrl+R. Now I got 163,000 of vertices, and the voxel size depends from your mesh size and how complex it is. So you might get a very different result of vertices and the look on your mesh. So I always recommend keeping check of this number and what number I'm having here. So let's say you have a number a bit higher than this, then I would just go back a bit with the number and try applying and seeing the number. And trying to follow this number itself and not the voxel. Okay, when you have a bit more, you can keep continuing. I'll choose Clay Strip Brush and clean up on the sides. This is again very important to clean this way because for the face planes, and around here should be enough. Maybe just a bit from the nose. I'll go into the side view with the number 3. Use grab brush tool with the shortcut G and make my nose shape. Now, noses generally can be extremely many different shapes. So I wouldn't say that you should do exactly like me. But if you're trying to following the references, as I do, then you definitely should try to keep the shape as it is in reference. I decided my nose shape will be something like this. Now this doesn't have to be the end goal, but the rough shape. If you're feeling more comfortable with the drawing, you can draw the shape and then use the grab brush tool to fill in the shape. I'll smooth a bit, not strongly. Again, if you're using the mouse, you're probably going to get rid of very many details. So let's go back. I'm gonna go back a bit, but if you smoothed out, don't go back. This is just for showing case. Now I'm gonna smooth with my mouse. See how roughly it deletes all the shapes? And especially if you have lower vertex count, it will completely wipe up all the details you have. So what I would recommend you do is go into smoothing brush and lowering this strength to somewhere around here. Now when you're using the mouse, you see that it's much less intense. And if you want some of the places be more intensely smooth, what you have to do is just rub that place a bit more often, and then it should go a bit smoother, and you can repeat the action as many times as you like. I'll smooth very gently. And we have something like this. I think this is pretty good base. And we can move with some of the other shapes now. I actually like to get the neck looking good at the beginning, but we'll still be able to change the shape anytime we want. So what I want to do is get a bit of the nice curves. I always say that the face, especially of the female, is all about the nice curves. So we'll try to get something like this. Sorry for my inaccurate drawing. Oh, what I'm gonna do is just drag a bit here, make a bit dent in there. The front is not really that detailed or that shaped, so for now it's perfectly fine. Okay, I think at this point the eyebrows will help a lot for shaping up the eyes in the scope. So what I'm going to do is go back into object mode, and with the Shift A, I'm gonna add the object, which is going to be V-sphere this time. Now you probably can see that the V-sphere is in the middle of the mesh. What I'm gonna do is not do anything yet and press Tab, and that will make me go into edit mode of that sphere. I'm not sure if the sphere is selected. It probably is, but what I can do is hide the head with this icon, and I can see, yes, the eye is selected. So what I'm going to do is press G to move it. And now I kind of want to move my object on the axis. And you can choose which one axis you want by just pressing the axis letter. So let's say I want to move it on X axis, which is the red one. I'm gonna just press X and it's gonna move on X axis. I'm gonna move it a bit to the side and hide my head. And I want to rotate it now on the X axis. So what did you do for rotation? Press X, R, and then press X to rotate it only on X axis. And I will write 90 degrees. The eye will be facing now in front of us. I'll try to move it here. Now I want it to go in front. So what I do, this is Y-axis, so G, Y-axis, and move it a bit in front. It's definitely too big at this point. So I'll press S to scale it down. And just with the G, try to position it somewhere around here. Eyes are usually covered by your skull. What I'm gonna do is use again the annotation to show you. So this is your eyeball. The eye usually covers a big part of the top and a bit less of the bottom. So this is why the iris itself is much more visible and not so much at the bottom. Now our eyes are probably a bit bigger and we will get a bit more complex when we're going to be sculpting it. Okay, I'm gonna unhide the object and I want to have another eye on the other side. So what I'm going to do is go into modifiers and add a mirror modifier. Now we'll have it 2 eyes. I always like to check how on the side view how far they are from the nose bridge, and I think generally I don't like too big of the gap. This should be fine. You can still move it a bit later. You know, 3D, it's not a real-time scope. So we don't have to worry as much from how we put everything. But getting a rough, nice placement is definitely very important. I'll go back into sculpting mode for the head. And this time use draw sharp. And with the draw sharp, I will carve in that bit of the eye socket. And I think we can get rid some of the nose bridge here. I'll use clay strips for this. And just work around here. Don't rush with your sculpt. Taking it slow is the important part. What I could do is just superly increase the strength of my brush and just start carving it like crazy. But it's all about control. I get something like this. I'll try to smooth out very, very gently. I don't want to destroy too much of the details. And I think it's fine to have it like this for a base. What I want to do is add another features of the face before trying to finishing the eyes, because for the eyes we'll definitely need way more vertices than what we have right now. Okay, I'll go with the clay strips and add a bit of bump from where the mouth should be. Just a small bump, don't have to go extreme. I'll smooth it out gently and use draw sharp again. Now, the shape of your lips is very important on how you're going to make the middle line, which only I redo it quite a few times. We can go into the front view with the numpad 1 and try drawing something like this. Oh, what I'm looking for while shaping the lips is a nice separation between the middle and the side. Then we'll just have something like this on the top and something like this at the bottom. Very, very simple. Not anywhere to hurry. Draw sharp and very, very calmly draw in the shape. If you feel like the lines are very pixelated, what we can do is use Crease Brush. Crease shortcut is Shift and C. And very slowly and calmly draw in some of the fixes here. Now definitely what we have here is not enough of mesh, but we're just building basic shapes which are pretty easy to control while we don't have too many vertices. But soon enough we will definitely increase the amount. I'll go into the side view, and usually the front lip is always way further than the bottom lip. Not way further, but at least a bit. We'll be looking to something like having the front lip a bit more and the bottom lip a bit further on. We can have this nice line. Okay. Well, the easiest trick to that is using a masking tool. And I always think that masking tool is a very strong tool, and you should definitely use it when you can. I press M shortcut for the mask and try to carefully mask up the top lip. I'm masking a bit more of the face, so when I'm gonna be moving the lip, I want it not to be too pixelated on the sides. Now, if you're a bit confused, just try following it, and later on you definitely will understand what I mean by that. Okay, so we'll use a shortcut A again to invert the mask. And now the grab brush tool, going to the bottom, I can just drag out the top lip. Very, very simple. And I will just have it more in front. We don't have to worry about anything else. We can clear the mask, make it maybe smooth a bit. And I think it's pretty cool for the base. We can work out on the nose now. What I'm gonna do is, we have an extremely good base. I'm just gonna draw a nice bubble on the side. Don't draw too much. Let's see how it looks like. I think it's fine. We can smooth out. And now for the nostrils, a lot of people use a draw brush, but I start liking it draw sharp. And with the draw sharp, drawing in something like the shape. This is very good for the base. And I think we can even add some quick and simple airs. For that, we'll be using mask again. So I'll select mask brush with shortcut M and draw a small bubble a bit more like an egg shape this time. And this is actually gonna be enough. I'll just invert the mask and use a grab brush tool again. Quite big grab brush tool. And from the backside of the ear, which is very important, I'm gonna drag out a very slowly an ear shape. Now I'm in a front view, going to adjust how it looks like from the front. I'll drag out a bit side of the ears, somewhere around where the nose is. I quickly just cross the line with the annotation. So I'm looking at the nose, where the nose ends. And this is around where my ear should be. Where is the top one? I'm looking at the top of the eye socket. This is where our ear can be. For the cuter purpose of the character, I usually put them a bit lower, but they can definitely work if I put them a bit higher. Like this. See, it works perfectly fine. Okay. Now, when we have something like this, I'm not gonna finish yet using the grab brush tool. What I'm gonna do is go into the side view and drag out a bit like this. I want to form a bit more of the shape like the ear for what we're going for. So this is a good moment to try following the shape of our concept. I'll probably share the concept head model too for free. So you can always look at the model and see if you need some adjustments. I'll just drag it down a bit closer to the head. And I think we have quite nice base for our ears. I'll just clear the mask and look around. We can very smooth, very low strength smooth around the ears. And I think we have quite a nice base. Now we can start going a bit deeper into the head. I'll go with the clear strips, and I want to fix a bit of our neck, because as we can see in our reference and our model, and in reality, necks don't usually work like this. Necks don't usually go into this triangle version where we can make, but more of this static line, and then we definitely need to add a bit more mesh on the top. And I'm going to do is use clay strips and just add a bit slowly like this. Be careful not to add too much, that's why we're using quite low strength brushes. I'll add a bit here because this is where our trachea, where we swallow and breathe. And this should make the head look more natural from the side. Let's hide our annotation so we can see what's happening. And I think it's fine for now, but later on we're definitely gonna be working a bit more. Okay. So if you're a beginner, it's definitely gonna become much harder going a bit further now. But stay patient and you can definitely do it. I'll increase my voxel size, Shift R again, and drop to quite low. Be careful again. This number is very dangerous because it can definitely crash everything. Before applying it, I always recommend pressing Ctrl S just to save your file and be on the safer line. Now I'm remeshing it with Ctrl R, and we got 500,000. I'll smooth very lightly on the lips and the nose, a bit on the ears too. Okay, now I want to start shaping our nose and our lips a bit more complicated, a bit more finished look. I'm gonna start with the Crease Brush, which is Shift plus C. I'm just pressing it on this brush and try to form our nostrils. So what a lot of people miss about noses is that they do this and they think it's over. That's not completely truth. Noses go in and out. We'll go like this and come back into that nose itself. We can definitely see this in our reference image. Well, let's work on that shape. It definitely will become more clear when we're gonna be putting it in. I'll slowly try forming a shape. And don't mind that it doesn't look like the reference 100% yet. I'll use a grab brush tool to a bit make the nostrils goes in more equal. Grab brush tool is probably most used and the best for controlling everything, so you don't have to worry about making perfect shape every single time. I want to add a bit of the nice bump to the nose. And I think our nose is looking a bit too much high into the sky. What we can do is go with a quite big brush somewhere around this area of the nose and start dragging it down with the small movements. So what I see a lot of beginners do, which is a big mistake, is just take brush and try to move it already in a place. What I like to do is drag it a bit, release it, drag it a bit, release it, drag it a bit, and change the position of where I drag to. This way it's a bit more complex movement and a bit more control and a bit more accurate. I'll smooth it so it doesn't look that harsh. And for now, I think we should move on with the lips. I'll use the clay strips again and make this shape of our lips more visible. So what I actually like to do is take a bit of the spray brush, which is right here, and just scrape off the shape like this off the lips. And it will become much easier for us to form it. What I'm gonna do is take a clay strips and now add a bubble almost shaped like to the middle of the top lip. And add a bit more to the sides, very, very little. Smooth everything out and start working on the bottom lip. The bottom lip is a bit complicated, a bit more complicated with the thing that its shape is not exactly just this area. The bottom lip shape comes from almost all of the chin. Now what I'm going to do is use a crease brush again and carve in the shape like this. And you can see our bottom lip is starting to appear even if we're not even working on it. I'll smooth it out a bit. And with the same crease brush, I'll hold Ctrl and do a sharp line. We can do the same for the top lip. We should even do it with the quite small size of the radius. I'll slowly, with many times, draw in our lip shape. I'll smooth it very, very gently, not a lot of strength, and check it from the side because its lips are a lot about side. So it's not perfect yet, but it definitely looks pretty good for the beginning. I'll use a bit clay strips to make our chin have more mesh, because now it seems like we have a very flat chin, which is not usually the case. We still will have a bit of the bump. And in this case, we need quite a bit of the bump. Now we can add chin even below and smooth it. I'm smoothing it quite a lot. And I want the bottom to be a bit more flat. So I'll take a grab brush tool and move it like that. And just try to follow my reference shapes. So we have quite a nice base. Now we can work a bit with the eyes. I'll take clay strips again and start drawing in like this, like a bow or arc shape around that bottom eye. And don't just keep drawing like this very slowly. And I sometimes fill in this below the eye just to keep the shape even. Okay. I'll smooth it out just to see how it looks like. I think it's looking pretty good for the base. Now I will do the same for the top. I just not drawing from the front, but from the bottom of the head, which is very important. The way you move your head and from the position you draw will determine on how the brush will be putting the mesh. Okay, when we have something like this, very smooth, very low strength again of this moving brush is moving in, and we see that our eyes start appearing. Now what I like to do is take a bit of clay strips and just go around here, very light with the clay strips, not even 0.3 of the strength, but like 0.1. Very, very lightly with the brush. Like this. While I'm using the tablet, I don't really have to worry too much about it. So I'm just very slightly touching the tablet. And this way I can smooth in the shape. Looks pretty good. Let's save the file to not lose it. Control S. At this point, the sculpt looks pretty amazing. And I would say this is mostly where the beginners would finish their sculpt. And if you did and you like your sculpt, congratulations. But we're definitely gonna go a bit more in depth with the head sculpt. We'll try to get a bit more closer to our likeness we're going for. And I'll try explaining more complex things going a bit further on. So from this point, sculpting things correctly, the shapes that we would like to have will be a bit more difficult. So if you're having a hard time reaching the result that I will be having, don't worry too much. It just means that you need a bit more practice with it. Okay, the third thing, what I want to do is highlight our eyes. I'm gonna do that by using Crease Brush, which is again Shift C shortcut, and I will hold Control this time because I want to have this sharp line at the bottom of the eye. I want to have the same at the top lip. I'm not trying to add too much of it yet. It's just for forming our eye shape. Just seeing what type of eye we want to have on our scope. And at this point, I can start adjusting it with the grab brush tool. So I'll grab it a bit. And the side view is very important for the eyes as well. first thing that I notice is that the eyelid is a bit too in front. So what I'm gonna do is drag it a bit back. It can be even quite a lot. I'll fix the eyelids of the bottom and the top. And same goes for the eye corner closer to the nose, because it seems like it's way too pushed out. What we want to basically and generally have with the eyelid is the same. We want to have the same thickness in here, 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 and definitely here. And you can see that the thickness between this one and this is a huge difference. Now, it definitely doesn't have to be same in the corner, just because there's more elements to the corner than that. But generally, that's what rule says. So we'll just have to move it there. I will very slowly and lightly smoothen the shape. And we have a bit more pronounced eyes. What I'm going to do now, I think we're having a bit lacking of the eyebrow. What I will do is choose Lasso Brush and try to lightly add a bit more mesh on here. Now, shaping these eyebrows and this part of the face will be very, very complex, but slowly and surely we will beat all the difficulties together. Okay. Oh, something like this. Doesn't matter too much. I just want to add a bit more mesh up here. So from this side profile, you can see that our eyelid is a bit pushed. Let's maybe use this one. You don't have to keep drawing. If you're trying to follow this, you don't need to draw. Just follow my examples. So as you can see, the line going like this, and we had a small bump in here. This is very important, and most heads have it. It's just a eye socket bone. An eye socket bone goes around your eye. So sometimes people like to do it, but I don't generally advise you to do it completely. But just having a light brush won't damage the sculpt. What I want to do is now, looking at my reference, I see that our eyelid is not facing the right direction. I will use this scrape brush and scrape the sides of our nose bridge and of our eyelid. Just a very light move. And it's already looking a bit more complicated. I definitely want to fix the nose because the thickness of the reference and in my sculpt is much different. I'll do it for the whole nose. And now this is where sculpting comes in, the power of sculpting. I think my nose is too high. Same goes for my lips, and I think that my face itself is a bit short. So I'm gonna do is the big brush and drag it down a bit. If you feel it's too long, you can make it shorter. In this case, we're trying to follow our reference. So maybe even at the end, we will still change proportions. I'm not really happy with my jawbone. What I'm going to do is use, again, Lasso Brush and add a bit of mesh onto it. So we can have it a bit more defined and decide what kind of shape we want it to be. I will go into the side view and try to follow my reference. What you can do is put on the reference in your background, draw it. You can actually hide your face, draw draw the lines and then come back and follow the lines correctly. But that's a bit of the tracing. I always recommend to teach your eye. So first try to make the changes on your own, and then after that go check the sculpt which I'm gonna share at, and then compare what is the difference, what are the changes, which one looks how in that place. And that's how I would recommend learning. Don't be afraid to change proportions. What I'm adjusting right now is very complicated for me to explain, but I'm just trying my head shape to follow my reference as much as possible, because it's very important to have a good base for everything to set in the places. I feel at this point that our ears is a bit lacking. What I'm gonna do is use Draw Sharp, one of my favorite tools, and draw in the ear shape. By any chance you're accidentally, while working on this side, are damaging the backside of the ear, what you can do is go into brush and choose front face only. You can do the same for another brush, clay strips, front face only. Just keep in mind that every brush will need this option, which you want to use and which one is damaging. Not every tool is damaging the ear, so don't get too fixated on putting it on every single tool. I'll make a bubble here and almost like a bubble shape, infinity number 8, shape in here. Smooth. And it's gonna be fine for the base for now. I'm gonna take clay sharp, draw sharp, and highlight the shape of our ear a bit more. I want to do same closer to the skull. And I think this is a bit too big. Very gently with the grab brush tool, I will try to push it back. Seems like the grab is not gonna work. I'm gonna take clay strips and try to carve in this way. A little trick is what you can do is mask. This is Lasso Mask. The shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift, and just clicking on a canvas and drawing the mask. You maybe will need a bit of practice in learning the lasso tool. Now, if the shortcut doesn't self-work, you can scroll down. There is Box Mask. You just hold it on it, and now you get the option for Lasso Mask or Line Mask. Even a Line Mask would work in this case. Masking like this. And I'll smooth. Oh, what I usually like to do is press A and quickly release it and just drag down. So A, drag down, and boom. And if you hold your A and quickly drag down and release the A, it will apply instantly. So what I do is just drag down and keep spamming A. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. Okay, with the grab brush tool, what I am doing is pushing in the ear and shaping it a bit more in the way which I would like. I'll smooth out. I feel like we lost a bit of our scope. I'm gonna use a simple clay strips to add our skull back. Now, if you've been using pretty heavy vertice count, like 500,000, it's gonna be definitely a bit harder to smooth out the shape. Just keep that in mind that you probably have to do it quite a lot, or don't worry too much now and do it later in the retopology station. but I definitely think it's important to have it smooth even right now. Okay, I think we can start forming our face itself. If we check on the side view, we see that our face, middle part of the face, doesn't have any bones. Which part do I exactly mean? Is this. Oh, this part of the face doesn't have bones yet in the cheeks, cheekbones mainly, or any other things which would make face look how it looks. What I'm gonna do is take clay strips and start forming cheekbones. Cheekbones can be a bit complicated, but generally something like this. And from the matter how you're going to do the shape and how you're going to fill in the gaps and these areas where it gets too sharp, it's gonna definitely change a lot about your face. Getting this part can be very complicated, but don't get scared. I'm just gonna fill in the sides because I don't want it to grab that heavy shadows. If you don't understand what I mean, if I go into the front view, you see how you can clearly see how there's a hole in here. It's not big, but it feels uncomfortable and it doesn't really work with our reference. But with a very light touch of the tools, I'm filling it in and smoothing. And this process can be repeated a few times. So if I can still see the hole, I will very lightly add a bit more. Check from the side, and I think at this point it's not that bad. Definitely see that watching from the side while sculpting that, you can see how much we still lack, how much we still need. Now, I think as our eyes have too big the side here, so I'm gonna drag it in a bit. I think our face itself is a bit too big. All right, what I'm gonna do is clear the mask and drag in the shape of the ears. Now, our eyes may look a bit strange because when we were smoothing cheekbones, we smoothed a bit of the eye. That's okay. I'll shape again back our nose. I only need this so we can start adding a bit of another muscle, which is very important for the face. It's running through the nose beginning and a bit upwards. I don't have to be very accurate on this. And drag it down to the mouth. Looping around the mouth. Leave a bit of the space in between the mouth and this muscle. So you can see there's the muscle and there's the mouth. And there's an empty space. This empty space is very important. If you mess it up, it's definitely gonna look wrong. So I'm going back into clay strips. And just add slowly, not much. Smooth out here. I'm seeing that there's a bit too big of the hole here, so I'm more worried about this place and not so much about the mouth area. I'm gonna smooth that out. I'm smoothing very gently at the top. No, I'm smoothing very heavily at the top and very gently at the bottom of the lip because I don't want to mess up too many details at the bottom and I want to heavily smooth out the area closer to the nose. Now I'm just adding this because I can see a small hole between our cheek and this muscle. And this area is actually can be very good in some cases, but it doesn't really work with this type of style sculpt. This is not wrong. Some people will not have it so featured. Most men faces for game characters definitely has this feature. And most people have it. But it doesn't have to be there, and it will perfectly look fine. I just want to add a bit more detail to our ear. And this is all about how to sculpt. As you can see, if you watch my previous head sculpt, I worked in one area, finish it, move to the next one, and it's not very natural way and good way of sculpting. What you should do is go through everything little by little adjustments, because if I'm working only on a nose and then I'm working only on the eyes and look at them together, something is off. And that feeling can be created by when you work on one thing, you don't really see proportions of everything else around, and then it can create some mistakes. It's very important to split your work in between parts. This way you have more control, and this way you keep updating your eyes and your character, and it becomes much easier to control how you want it to look. Okay, so we lost quite a lot of detail on our mouth, so I'm just gonna use the Crease Brush tool to bring them back and do a little bit of the bow at the end. I'm gonna check the side view. And I feel like we can do a better job with the lips. And what I'm gonna do is very lightly drag them out. And for the lips, it very comes to your preference or your reference. I usually don't like the lips to have this bump. I don't like this bump. I usually like lips to be more... Okay, I'm not deleting the annotation. I like more lips to go this way, straight line, or even bowing inwards, but not too strongly. How we can achieve it is by using other tools. I usually use Draw Sharp and just very lightly draw the line up here and smooth it from the top. It's very important that you smooth it not from the middle, not from the bottom, but from the top. This way we can play with the lines and we can add our lip corner. Not lip corner, but upper lip triangle. I'm using Draw Sharp again. It's definitely not a good shape. Our reference shows that. I'm gonna use a bit of the grab brush to fix in the way how it should be. And lightly smooth it. When I'm looking around my face, what I see is that the lip I created, the bottom lip, is very flat. It should be bending around a bit more. I think the problem is that our lip itself is not very into the face. What I'm gonna do is take somewhere close to the corner, move my camera a bit around, and drag the lip. Sometimes lips can become too big, so you can make them smaller with the grab brush tool. And another thing is lips highest point of the lips shouldn't be this weird bump. The highest of your lip should be this sharp line. If you draw from the sharp line like that, it looks much better. But this case, we'll just pull it outwards. We can do that few ways. I'm probably gonna use a simple clay strips to add a bit more mesh on this side and smooth it out. We can do a few iterations. I really like to use pinch brush, which we're gonna be using first time. The shortcut is P, basically pinch P. And with the quite small brush size, pinch the lip shape. And you can see we have a much better type of shape right now. Again, Crease Brush tool, because we're always deleting the details from the lip, and it's very important to see everything. I think that this place of the lip looks like it's still continuing, but actually our lip is not there. So what I'm going to do is use, again, masking tool. Let's mask with the lasso tool. Again, shortcut Control Shift and dragging with your clicked. I'm gonna lift the corner closer. Smooth it out a bit, and let's clear the mask. We can see a bit difference where the mask was, so just lightly smooth it out. And looks pretty good. Now the weakest point of our sculpt, probably whole face is quite weak yet, but I would say this is definitely a higher level than we had before. What I'm gonna do, I think our eyes are lackluster this time. I'm gonna use clay strips and draw a bit on top of here. I think our eyes have a wrong shape and a wrong forming around it. This is usually quite hard to fix, but we'll try it. So I'll draw something like that and smooth it very lightly. I'm gonna do same with the top. If it's hard for you to shape the eyelids correctly, what I really like to do when I'm done shaping them like this, I hide the eye, rotate a bit down, not fully down, just a bit down, and use a scrape tool and scrape out this. This way I get the eyelid facing the way I need it to be facing and being quite nice and complete shape. At this point I need to draw sharp, and I'm gonna use stabilized stroke. This way I can draw a bit of more stable line, a bit more straight line. So I'll turn off from stroke options, stabilized stroke. If your hand is very shaky, what you can do is just increase the radius, but it should work for us. Now I'm gonna hold Control. I definitely messed up this one, so you can just go back, and this can take a few times to get right. Don't be afraid to go back and redraw. We need a bit of separation through the top. Let's look at our reference image and try to follow closely. We have a bit more space at the top and a bit less closer to the eye. We still don't have that much mesh to make it perfectly here, but we're just trying to get the base as close as possible. Now I'm gonna follow the reference and drag this line here. Definitely quite too strong of the line and quite too low. What I'm going to do is just go back and try repeating the process. I'm gonna use a bit less strength on the brush because I want a lighter result, and smooth it out. I'm gonna do the same with the bottom. I need to form the bottom eyelid shape and smooth out very, very gently, because you can see it destroys a lot of shape. Same goes for the top eyelid. And I'll add a bit of mesh here because of our eye socket. I'll add a bit here just to make the planes more closer to each other so it's not that big of the difference. And strongly smooth out. Our face definitely getting better. But what I see now, that our face is not puffy enough. It looks a bit too mature. I usually fix this problem with grab brush tool. You can use a big glacier brush and add a mesh like this. But keep in mind that you're destroying quite a few details like this. Now, the grab brush tool will be a bit harder to use, but the payback will be a bit bigger. What I do is use quite big size and test it out from few ways. Definitely want my cheek to be a bit more forward, a bit higher. And just moving out. I think our lips are facing a bit too down. I want to lift them up. You probably would go and resculpt them in a way. What I like to do is just use a simple grab brush tool, front view, and lifting them up. And it works most of the time. Now be careful to not mess up your side view too much, which is really possible, but I usually never find myself into the trouble with that. Again, crease brush because I want to fix the lining. We can use draw sharp a bit. And I feel like we're lacking some topology there, but that's okay. I'll take draw sharp and finish forming our nose and our eyebrow. Looking from the reference, I see that the line starts going through here. I lowered the radius of my brush. And something like this. Doesn't have to be too perfect, but getting it as close as possible to perfect will definitely help you. So don't be afraid to try quite a few times to get the shape before applying it. I'll see that the front of the nose is a bit more flat. And the nose itself here has a shape like this. So it's a lot of following the reference and trying to replicate it with the correct tools. Let's use a bit of draw sharp for the nostrils. You can turn off stabilize stroke really quickly here, so don't be afraid to turn on and turn off the tool when you need it or when you don't need it. And I think that with the crease brush, we still need to follow this line a bit in here, just to have this small separation. Smoothing, it's not gonna be that visible, but it's definitely gonna help with how the shadows are catched in that area. Our corner is a bit too high on our eyes. What I'm gonna do is use a grab tool and just put it a bit down. So the shape of the eyes is very important. It can be definitely difficult to follow. I want my corner to be a bit more visible, so I'll use lasso tool, move, and with the grab brush tool, I'll make it a bit more closer, a bit more visible. I'll clear the mask with the A shortcut again, clear mask. And I think it doesn't look that bad. Our eyes might be a bit looking too high. So we can use this shortcut, Alt and Q. That is very complex shortcut. I don't know why they made it so difficult, but this is for switching tools. If you have the eye, Alt Q, the face Alt Q, it switches which is correct. It's gonna highlight for a second. And now when we have our eyes, we can scroll down and to move tool and move them a bit back. If we think they're too big, which I think ours are slightly too big, let's select the scale tool and select anywhere and just very lightly make them smaller. We can use transform or move tool again. And I think we have a pretty good position for eyes. If you reach this point and your head sculpt looks amazing, congratulations. Probably at this time I will stop making it as a tutorial and I will move in and do small tweaks with the scope, and I will try to keep them in a time lapse. I'm not going to explain everything now, but I will just be following the reference a bit closer look. Oh yeah, thank you if you followed this long. If you want to try following my sculpting, you can try that, but it's definitely going to be quite difficult. And if you got to this point, I just recommend you going to the next part where I'm going to be retopologizing the head. Okay. Okay, so we can start with retopology. First thing you have to do is create a new object. So Shift A, mesh object, plane, and make sure it's in the middle. Okay, when that's done, let's add the mirror modifier, mirror, and always use this little button. Go into edit mode of the plane, and we can move it here. We actually don't really need this mesh, so it doesn't matter what mesh you created. So let's just delete it with the X and delete vertices. Make sure that you're in the edit mode when you're deleting. And now we're still in the edit mode, but we don't have any mesh. Let's select the retopology tool, which is snap. So press this little icon and now the arrow option to put the snap on the face. When you're done with the mirror and snapping tool, we can start retopology. First thing we'll need is vertice. You can put the vertice with the shortcut Control and right mouse click. And we'll get one vertice. Just don't forget to put it on the mesh when you're creating it. Another thing, if you don't see your vertice, like let's say this, so I'm putting in, but I don't see anything. That means that you're in a different edit mode, which is editing edges now. There is vertice edit mode, which you can see. Now I have a few. I'll delete both of them. But there is edge and face editing mode. You can change these editing modes with the shortcuts 1, 2, and 3. But don't mix these numbers with your numpad keys. Numpad keys are still changing the view of the camera. These numbers are a bit higher from your keyboard letters. 1, 2, and 3. 1 is for vertice, 2 for edge, and 3 for face. We will be actually using this for retopology, mostly number 1 and number 2. We won't be using number 3 for faces that many times. Okay, so when you have number 1, right mouse click and Control. Bam, bam. Okay, put it in the vertice, and we'll be following our features of the face. So the lips, nose, and eyes. You should always put your vertices on the sharp edges on the mesh, which are most prominent to the shape. This way we'll recreate the shape in retopology. And with this selected vertice, I press A and follow this same eyelid shape. Don't start putting it on the lower part of the eyelid. It has to go with the same shape. So this sharp edge up the top and the bottom. And let's just connect them now both, which is pressing on one, holding shift and pressing the next one. Bam. And we can press F to connect them. Now holding Alt, I'll press on the side of the edge and it should select everything around. And we have 19 vertices. For the eye loops, I always say that you should have a number which is divided by 2. So 19 is not. So we have to go 18 or 20. In this case, I think that we have a bit too many. Nope, I'll try by making one lower. So let's just get one somewhere in here. I select the vertice, press X, and we can actually dissolve vertice. This is the way we will still have the edge. And quickly space out my vertices. In a corner, I usually like to have 3 close vertices. And let's space out everything else. Spacing is very, very important, so try to keep space quite similar to mine. Now we can press E again to extrude, and we'll be making a face this time. I'll select this and extrude another one. Again, following this sharp shape. And now I'll go pressing 2 to go into edge mode. Press one edge, hold shift, press another edge, and now press F to fill in the face. We can start with the Vertices mode back. Select this part of the face and extrude. While extruding, I always like to check one thing, which is very, very important. When I'm extruding this part, I always check this part. So when I see this one, I'll extrude the part somewhere here, or this one in here, this one in here. And that is very important, because if you start extruding too many points, it will be harder to connect, and it will connect in the wrong way. So when we have this in mind, I'll keep extruding, and we end up somewhere here. I'll go back into edge selecting mode, select this edge, and now just keep pressing F. And if you did everything correctly, it should connect in a very, very nice way. When you have this, I'll just hold shift, select another edge, and press F. Now we have everything looking pretty nice. I'll just turn off this annotation. And I think the faces are a bit different size in here. You will get the feeling of spacing while working, so don't feel too bad if it's hard to understand for now. You can start working on another face feature, which should be lips. So I'll go on the edge of the lip, have everything deselected, and press Ctrl and right mouse click to add another vertex. See, like it didn't work first time, so let's just do it second time. And now just extrude. For now, as you can see, when I'm trying to put my vertex in the middle, it can go over to the next side for the mirror, which is not how it should be. So you should definitely have this little button on, which is called clipping. And this way it will clip in the middle. Okay, so go with the simple extrusion. And again, for the corner, I like to have a bit more, because corners like this usually have a quite difficult shape. You'll have 13. Maybe I can add one more at the top lip. Now, when we have this set up, we'll need 2 small extrusions. And let's fill in the faces. Again, extruding and following the shape. And just left to connect. So pressing this edge and pressing F now. Fills in perfectly. Let's do the same for one more time. And fill in. We can, from this part, now start working with the nose. Let's extrude like this. And we can start extruding to the nose. I'm starting to see that this has a very dark color, which actually means that it is on opposite side. So what I'm going to do is hide our head, go Shift, and try smooth shading. When it's in the object mode, right mouse click, shade smooth. And if you maybe have bad normals, for fixing a normals, you have to go edit mode, select everything with the A and Shift N. You can see that color changes. This means it should fix the normals now. So let's go back with our head. Let's keep working. I'll try to fix the spacing again. And we can start extruding. Nothing complicated yet. Same goes here. And this might be a bit tricky place. So you can see that this is 90 degrees. Well, not exactly 90 degrees, but how do I connect? So if you look quite closely, let me add this new one. It's not really that complicated. So what you do again is just look at what's at the bottom, and from this part extrude following that. Nothing complicated yet too. It just might look a bit tricky at first. So let's keep connecting that. And let's go to the top. Now, I'll make it a bit off the corner like this, quite a wide range, and select this part, which is empty part, and extrude from it. This way I will create another face out of here, and later can just connect them like this. A very, very nice way. Let's keep extruding on the sharp edge of the nose and the following of the face. When we're almost done, it's quite hard to understand what to do next. So what I like to do is go into this edge and go around this sharp shape, leading into the nose. Now I can make a face for this loop. Oh, as you can see, not too many new tools. It's just that you have to think of how to fill in this weird puzzle. I'll just connect these two parts, and we can connect these two. I think I'm going to add one more loop here. So for adding loops, again, Ctrl plus R, Ctrl plus R, and when you release, you can move it anywhere. If you want to increase, again, mouse wheel, scroll up and down. And I just wanted a bit more mesh in this place. Again, I see this dark color, so I'll select everything, Shift N, and it should fix the problems. Let's see how many vertices we have here. So it's 11, which means that we'll need to add or take one away. I don't think that taking away is a wise choice. Because everything seems to be spaded out pretty well. What I can do is add one more loop in here, here, or here. So you just think if you add it here, you will make one more loop for the lips. So if you think that lips needs a bit more, you can do that. But for now, I'll just keep it this way and try filling in other places and see maybe by any chance it appears which place needs the most. We'll have a bit of the problem in here. What we can do is just add one more loop on top. This way we shouldn't have any problems connecting. And again, spacing out. Actually think we can move this one a bit down. And we should have a pretty good looking nose. I'll start by extruding a bit higher. Go into the nose bridge. And leading into our forehead. Now we can extrude this one again on the sharp edge of the nose bridge. And just fill it in. You can actually go ahead and see that I added a bit more here. So what I can do is select this loop and press X and dissolve edges. This way I'll have to space out them again, but we'll have a bit fewer vertices and a bit better spacing. Now I go from this nose part and extrude like this. One more. And when I'm at this point, I'll have to disconnect from going around and extrude from this part and go around the mouth. And make a loop around the mouth like this. Now I can fill in the faces. I can select these and make a face, and I will connect them to this part. And when I connect it to that part, I'll start extruding from this point. And maybe fill in a face like this. Maybe we can add one more loop to our lip in this position. You can see that I can add one more here to make the spacing a bit better. Oh, it's a lot about the spacing. And now I need to connect somehow this hole. Again, I'll check how many vertices I have, and 8. It means that we should be able to connect without any trouble. I'll try connecting this part. And what I see is that on this side we have 1, on this side we have none. And that means that we somehow have to add here. But another thing is I see is that face in this part is a bit bigger than there. So I think I should start by adding the vertice from this corner. This way I can add, and here we go. I'll hide the head. Seems like some parts are not shade smooth. So I'll select and shade smooth. Looking quite nice. Let's add our head. And we can start by extruding the eyes. I think we can add one more loop around the eye. Nothing new. It seems like I cannot connect. I think the problem here is the face. Bad faces, because this is very dark area. So I select everything, Shift N, and now try to connect. Seems like I have a weird face behind. So what I will do is press face option, number 3, select this face, and just delete the face. If you had any of these type of errors, you won't be able to fill in the faces. Okay. Let's start by extruding from this part of the eye 2 vertices. And connect the eyes with the nose. Go up. Again, no new techniques. And go down. I won't go down with the many loops, only one more loop. Check around. And I think we can start by merging the eyes with the mouth. So generally I have a thinking of eyes should go down this way from these loops. We got this nose around. Okay. Oh, let's go ahead and extrude to the mouth. See that created quite a few on the mouth, so it will become a bit harder to connect. And when you have this corner, just extrude a vertice from it. And this way we'll be able to keep extruding. Let's try connecting them and seeing what doesn't work. Sometimes it's only that spacing is wrong. And by fixing the spacing, you won't really need to fix anything else. I'll save everything, check how many have 16. Looking nice for now. Let's try connecting the nose part. I think we will have a bit of trouble with the nose and side of the cheeks because this point has only one and this has 3. Can create some of complications. Usually like to start with the hardest part where are 3 and try connecting them. I don't really want to add more to the eyes. Well, can try go up ahead. Okay, so I think that I shouldn't make too big mess with the face. So general rule would be taking away or adding. I think we can add few. Maybe want to keep this loop. I'll add one more here. Now we will have a number which will be not equal, which means we'll have to go and get a triangle. But we will add one more to the eye, which will make it again equal 14. This can feel a bit complicated. Usually there's nothing that I generally approach Retopology as a puzzle. So if I meet this trouble, I just try to fit in the pieces as best as my ability. Oh, I think that I have one more in here and I don't have here. So what I'm going to do is extrude from this point and make a face like this. I will be able to create a formation like this and just fix a bit of the spacing. Let's hide our head and see if we have any errors. We have a bit weird things here, but if I check it out, there's not really anything that looks suspicious. If anything, this place should be bad, but it looks perfectly good. For checking it even better, I like to add 2 modifiers, which is one is Subdivision Surface. We still have no weirdly looking places in our remesher. And another one is Shrink Wrap. I'll select this icon from Shrink Wrap, which one will be target, and select our head. And I still see no weird things. You can play with the subdivision. And everything seems to be working fine. I usually hide these both of modifiers when retopologizing, and we can keep going forward. Playing with the spacing and just extruding. Nothing new. And at this point, I usually go ahead and add a jawline. At this, when doing the jawline, I usually cannot see how many I will need to add. So I just go with the feel. Because we'll definitely be adding or taking away from the jaw. Let's fill in the faces. And I even put some faces down here. Now we can start by connecting the top part. And I already feel like we'll need one more in here. I'll just add that loop. You can see that I can connect this loop without destroying the shape. This face looks to work too. And in this part, I think that I'll definitely need to be extruding here. Now just keeping extruding and see how it ends up working or not. Seemed like my spacing was a bit bad. Definitely want to have quite a few around the ear. So we can start to add that loop around the ear. And of course, connecting the faces. And thinking what we can do with the face. So just playing with the spacing again. I can add one more like this. So it will fix this area. Sometimes it creates ugly errors, so we have to check. You can't check it at the moment because it won't be visible for now. They have to fit in a few faces. And now we can go ahead and check this area. So I'll hide my face, shade smooth, and look around. I don't see any problems. We can subdivide. Still no problems. Grab, increase. No errors. So this part will work. We could make it better by adding a loop. But that would be quite complicated. I can quickly show you. I will delete this one, delete these parts, add one more loop, and connect it. Now we only had a part for the eyes. What you do is connect them like this. And just extrude. Some people like to merge some forehead vertices. So when you go a bit higher on a head, you can do one little trick where is you make one faces where it's smaller and another face where it's 2 times bigger than this inner one. You make this a face and extrude from this part. Now make a weird face like this. And now we'll have only one big, huge face in here. You'll need to work a bit with the spacing when you add a few more. So at this point, you can work with the spacing. And just connecting these parts. If this process is hard to understand, don't worry. It's just by checking the references. References are very important to follow. I usually like to get free or paid models from people who inspire me and check how their topology looks on their models and try to follow it. Sometimes it takes more than one try to finish a retopology, but sometimes you shouldn't just try to perfect it with the first model. Make it not that great on the first model, but learn from mistakes, and next time you make a character, just make it better. On your second character, for the neck I don't usually count how many I add. Go into this type of formation. Definitely split it up here. You can split it up like this. And can do a trick to merge these in. Like this. But if you merge them quite early, you will have to keep this only one vertex for your neck. Which can create a bit of weird shapes. Now I'll try to finish with the neck first, and then move to that chin area. Just checking so it fills in perfectly fine. You can try connecting, doesn't mean that we'll have to keep it this way. And just move around. If you feel like you need more, feel free to add. Or you can just try connecting them. Which we end up with the 5 in here. What we can do is just delete this one, dissolve, and add the face. If you create really low poly, you can always add one more subdivision to it at the finished product. That's why keeping it low is quite good. And just extrusion from here. It's sometimes good to make your polygons on a neck flow in a shape how it's tilted. So it's tilted a bit that way. What you can do is put these ones at the back a bit higher than the ones at the bottom. It's not a must, but it does help. I think I will add a bit more place in here. Let me hide annotation. And now just extruding. If you think you have too many on top, again, you can lower the count by making this same trick. Usually top of the heads are not visible, so you can add as many as you want. If your character will be without the hair, then you might not want to use this trick and do it another way. See that I'm pressing F and I cannot connect. That means something is bad, and we can see that we have a weird error in here where you probably kept pressing F on the wrong face. So delete these ones. Now we shouldn't have any problems. Usually you don't need to have vertices that often close to each other on the top of the head. Again, this place will not be visible for most characters. The head itself is not that difficult. And now when we're done with the top, we can start merging these parts. And here I don't want to add more to the neck. So when I have, again, one more additional in here, but I don't have here, I'll just go at the bottom of this one and extrude like that. And we're able to connect them. This part of the head doesn't have to have a lot of vertices, but it might be hard if you move too much to the right to connect the top. But you can use every technique that you learn. Now we can show you how many we have here. So it's 9, which means that we will have trouble. I'll add one more loop in here. I'll not fix it for now. Just try connecting the places. And now we can work on our ear. With the ear again, follow the sharp areas. We won't be able to add too many vertices to the ear. With every loop you will add, it will become harder to connect the face, so just keep that in mind. You can do a quick cheat with the air. So if you have way many than in the air, next to it like this. And it will keep it minimum. But you probably will still be end up having to use some tricks. Making this ear definitely very low poly. Some of the ears has way more complicated shapes than this one. But then we will have to fix the face. Now we check we have 7. And actually for the ears, having this much is not problem because ears is not a moving object. I'll just make one triangle. If anything says that it's wrong, they're not sure what they're talking about. Well, it does create some small problems. It's not really anything you should be worried. Okay, I'll make the face here. I have to move my camera to check how many I did add on the air. And we can fill this up. Usually for ears, as you can see, I like to hide and unhide the head itself. Much easier to see what type of shape I'm adding on the ear and how it's end up looking like. You can see that I can connect these two parts. We need to shade smooth it. And that's how we'll fill this. I think we can add 2 and see how it works. Again, completely experimental. And with every head, end up a bit differently. Retopology is really just learning the techniques to use and using them. I'll unhide to see what's happening. And I think we can add this. We end up with this part. Let's see what happens if I fill this up. Actually, kind of works. Let's try adding subdivision. Let's see if there's no errors. That's shrink wrap. Sometimes it can happen, these errors, just because the subdivision moves the mesh away from the original head, and it's hard for it to put it back in that place. I'll turn both of these off. Let's fill our nose. So we still left it at 11, which is totally fine. I usually recommend having it in a number divisible by 2, but it's just because this way it will end up not creating any quads. But if you're having an uneven number, then you will have to end up creating at least one triangle, which you'll see at the moment. As you can see, I have one more vertex here, which will become a triangle. Now, if you're not sure what happens when you add subdivision, it doesn't really do anything bad. As you can see, it still works perfectly fine. Okay, let's go back. And let's finish up with the lips and eyes. For the lips, I usually like to extrude 3 vertices. And when I'm thinking about how they will go, let's add a new one. From these vertices, I feel like they will have to go merging in the lips, closer to the lips. Keep that in mind when extruding. So if you're trying to extrude from the middle one, you can't. And you can see I already created quite a few. Let's try extruding here. And you can see I can only move it in the middle. How hard I can try, it doesn't move. It looks like it moved, but actually it's still in the middle. So what I do is use that same shortcut for creating vertices, which is Ctrl and right mouse click. Let's make it a face. And in the corner, I try to make it as close as possible to the corner. Let's do the same here. And same for the last one. Let's do the same to the top lip. Make sure when you connect this, and this is left, select this part and fill in the face. This way we will keep the loop. And the last part. Looking perfectly good. As you can see, shrink wrap makes a bit difference. Let's fill in the eyes. So I will hide the eyes, select our low poly, and just simply extrude inside. First trying to replicate the eyelid. Then we can just start extruding inside the eye socket. First one will be the loop, and with the second ones it doesn't matter too much. Sometimes when a top and bottom has different numbers, it will become a bit harder to connect. Usually it's not that complicated. Sometimes the eye corner might be important. So just keep that in mind that if you're making the eye corner, this is not going to work. Okay, and we didn't care about making a number even, so we will have to create one more triangle. If you kept the number equal, you won't have to do that. Now, sometimes you want to create inside of the mouth. Usually shouldn't do it right now, because if you want, you'll have to be applying this vertices. If you apply, you can see what happens to the face. This is how many vertices you will end up having. And everything looks pretty smooth and clean. This is usually how many I have for most of my sculpts. Just keep in mind that you'll have this middle error because you firstly would need to apply mirror, then subdivision. Okay, so this was the head part. We'll probably move in with texturing next time. Thank you for watching and see you next time. This time we're making a hair. We're probably gonna be using quite a few different techniques, so try to follow it quite carefully. Okay, I'll create a new collection just for a hair. So what you do is just right click and put in. And when you're done with that, we'll start by creating a curve here. So make sure the collection is selected because we want objects to be created in the collection. Shift A, and in the curve options, let's just use a path. I think path is probably the easiest one to control. Let's hide the head for now so we can see our path. And we will now have to add the shape which we want our hair to be. I'll start by testing a circle shape. And I will select my path, go into this green type of menu, and under the geometry, there's an object choice. The bevel object
this icon and choose our Bezier circle. Now, the circle will control how our hair will be shaped. So what I'm going to do is turn off the snapping tool and move this a bit higher so we can see it a bit better. Let me change my viewports so the lines itself will be a bit more visible. Okay, when you can see everything clearly, we can start shaping our hair. Now, I'll probably select everything and press V key and set everything to 3 and scale it a bit lower. I want my hair not to be exactly like noodle, but to be more stretched out on one side. So what I'm going to do is press S and limit the scale on X axis. So just press X and scale it a bit like this. I want my hair to have a bit of the sharper options. So what I'm going to do is select these two parts and scale them on E-axis. You have something like this now. What you can do is scale opposite sides a bit more. Like that. It should make sides sharper. And we can do a small test. So first I'm gonna select both of the endings and press Alt S. Alt S is for scaling this part, and I will make it really small. I'll unhide our head. Select everything with the A. With the G, I'll move it. And I think that my hair is a bit too thick. So I'll go back into the circle, select everything and scale it on E-axis because I want it to be slimmer. Now, when we're done with that, I'll grab everything again with the A, try to get it in the position, and start positioning individual dots in their places. I usually try to keep the distances between these dots quite similar, but it doesn't have to be. Let's say I want to have this part sharper. What I'm going to do is select both of these points, press right mouse click and choose subdivide. I can move this dot a bit closer to that point, and you can see how much sharper it becomes. So I might use this. Our curve here at this point has way too much vertices. So I want to decrease the count. You can scroll up in this menu and lower the resolution preview to something like 5. You should do the same with the circle. It seems like it's set to 5 already. You can set it to 4, 5, just check which one works. It doesn't really change look that much, but you can see that the segments start to appear. If you want to twirl your hair, what you can do is select everything and press Ctrl T. And now if you move your mouse in the circle, you'll see that it will twirl. Here is a tilt as well in the menu of item, transforms and tilt. So if you don't want to use the shortcut, you can use this tilt option. And let's position it where it should be. I think I put it a bit too high up. Should be closer to the body, to the head. And it might be that the hair itself is a bit too... Okay, let's select everything to twirl it together. I think that this part is a bit too big. So what I'm going to do is select these parts which I didn't scale yet and scale them a bit down. You can choose this, which ones you want to make a bit smaller, which ones you want to make a bit bigger. Now we can just select everything. And press Shift D for a duplication. Sometimes I use a little bit of cheat by going into this option and choosing Activate Element. Now, if I hold Shift and press on this small point, press it again, it's going to be white highlighted. And if I press Rotate, it's going to rotate from this point. So sometimes it becomes a bit easier to position the hair this way. And nothing new, just work about how to position your hair. We can duplicate it again. If we want to use, we can use the same technique. Rotate it from this. It's very essential to have a good reference on how to position this here. So now they're going to position one inner part. There, this one will be pretty close to the face, to the head itself. And I think we want to change a bit of scale on this, so Alt S. And now I feel like my hair is a bit too flat. So what I will do is go back to my circle option, select these two, and actually select one individually. Move it a bit up, but I will move these handles a bit down. Maybe move it a bit more up and just play with the shape. Doesn't have to be perfect. This way we get a bit more variation in the hair. And you're always free to play with these shapes however you want. I'll have something like this for now. If you want, you can select a few points and hit subdivide, and you will get a new handles which you can play with. Some of the hair of this character has a bit more difference at the top of the hair. So that's what you like, you can be using. I usually like to keep it pretty clean, so I don't really like to have too many. You can always disappear them with X and just delete these. Everything's going to keep the same as before. Okay, let's move on. I think that this part is a bit too high, so I'll lower it again. Maybe move these two closer. Play with the tilt option on both of the strands. Try to make the points very close to each other. And I'll add a new one. Now, you don't have to permanently use only Alt S. You can use the S option too to scale everything. So I'll scale this one a bit bigger. S. Actually, what I'm going to do with this N, I think we need a bit more variation. So I'll select this part, subdivide it, and do something like this. So we can subdivide it this point again to have a bit more control over the edge. Drag it down. We can add one more point in here just so it doesn't have such a big distance between each of the dot. Again, don't forget that you can tilt. I see that mine is a bit tilted in the wrong direction. And we can actually use another tool which is really helpful. So if you select any point of your hair, we can use proportional editing. So I'll turn this on. And in here, I'll choose connected only. And if I move now, you'll see a small circle. With the mouse wheel, I will increase the size or decrease the size. And now I can edit my hair position this way. Sometimes can be very, very useful to get a smooth change. I'll move a bit to another strand. And the reference shows that this part has to be a bit overlapping. And even that twirl option will have this effect too with the proportional editing. I still think that our hair is a bit too slim. So again, I'll try to play with the shape. Maybe a bit more. And now I think it's getting better. I think I moved my hair a bit too close to here. So what you can do is select a few parts from the hair, and we still have proportional editing on, and we can move it a bit away. Perfect. Now let's go back with adding a bit more strands because we're definitely lacking. If you want to use the shortcut for this, it's O. As you can see, O. But you can just press this button. It's not that far. I'll turn it off. Select really any strand. I think I will select this one just because the shape is the closest of what we need next. I'll duplicate it, move it. Actually scale this one with the S and try to correctly position it. I'll work a bit with what we did before. I want these to be a bit closer to each other. We're getting some interceptions. We're gonna be fixing that a bit later. So then the concept, this has to be on top of everything. And if you're really lost with the curves, you can see that the one that you have selected now is highlighted by orange, whole curve, not even the part that you just selected. And you can see the one is deselected. So I see that this one is a bit too high. I'll select that and move it down. We're probably going to be changing a position a bit later more drastically, but for now, just to have a rough fitting shape. And if you have some open of these parts, what you can do is select them all and extrude them with the E and push them in. Now we have something like this, looking pretty clean. Let's start forming our hair again. So this one in the reference is a bit bent. If I start to see that it's pixelating too much, where's my annotation? Let's quickly draw that if it's hard to see. So I can see that my mesh is now it's very low poly. Here's one face, here's another face, and this is definitely way too little. You can have way more. Oh, I was drawing on the surfaces. Let's turn that off. So what you can do is increase whole resolution, but I never recommend this. I always recommend inserting few more points. So I'll select the points where I think I need more and right click subdivide again. I think this one is a bit too far from the face. Now press O to use the proportional editing and move it closer. I still see this orange one, so I'll just have to follow the color and try to fit in and move. Now, I see this part might be a bit thicker than everything else, so I'll press Alt S and increase just the size in this part. I see that these ones are intercepting too much, so I'll just try to move them a bit away. And we're getting a pretty good beginning. This one has to be shorter. I moved here. Very, very important skill is teaching yourself to follow reference as closely as possible. Probably most underrated skill. And we can add one more. So I'll duplicate this one. Drag it a bit up. The more you're adding, the harder it quite becomes. Now, when I don't want to really turn off my proportioning tool, I can just lower the radius of it and go back with using it. This one's going to be quite high on top, but quite short. Let's tilt it. And I think this one can be a bit slimmer in the middle part. I can Alt S. And position them in the correct place. I think I'll play with the tilt a bit more. And we have a quite nice beginning for our hair. For the top of the hair, we'll be using a different technique. Okay, so let's not forget to save our files and move into sculpting our hair. We can start from the few phases, but I usually like to always start with the sphere or cube. So I'll insert the cube, subdivide it maximum times, so 6 times, apply it, and go into sculpting mode. I'll firstly use scale tool to make it appear. And when it's appeared, I actually want to make it look like curves. So first we'll need to be editing it a bit. It's not a difficult editing option, so we can do it in the sculpting mode. What I'm going to do is use scale again. Scale it a bit down. Now you can see that it scales from this middle part, which is a bit problem. You can use the local scale. You can see that the scale works from that point where we created it, so it can be a bit hard to control. I'll hide the head for a bit. Make it something like this shape. Can make it a bit longer. Let's unhide it. And now I'll press G for grab tool. Can start positioning on the top of the head. Nothing too complicated. Really good tool can be pose tool to control the rotation of the parts, and just using a bit of the smooth tool. Let's position it something like this. Let's work a bit of the end of the hair. I want it to position to somewhere start where my strands are. If we see some problems with our strands, we should definitely go into the strand mode and try fixing this part. It's very, very important that the strand itself will be working perfectly fine before we start with this. I'll go back into the sculpting mode and use a bit of Crease Brush. And just try to line up the sharp line of the hair. Let's do the same on another side. And now I will use a lot of scrape brush. So I'll scrape the top of the hair. You don't have to hurry, so try to not be too impatient and fast forward with this. Take your time. The more time you take, the better it's going to look. Now I'm gonna move on the side. We can hide our head to be able to see side a bit more. Let's work on this side as well. So each side and top. Now even at the bottom, I want to make it a bit slimmer. So the bottom itself will not be too much visible. Probably not visible at all. We still want quite correct position for here. So I'll, with the a bit smaller radius of the grab brush tool, try to make my hair slimmer. In this area it looks way too big. Let's slim it out. Very small movement. Smooth brush. Smooth brush everywhere. Let's unhide our head to see what we got. I think this is quite a good beginning for the hair. I'll make it a bit smaller. And we can go back into object mode and duplicate the object. Try to not move it because we don't want to change that middle point. So just go back into the sculpting mode and with the grab brush tool, let's carefully adjust its position. Can play with the form, play with the positioning. If the strands are blocking, you definitely should have set up another collection. So let's do it now. New collection. On this one, we can call curve hair. This one low poly. Well, let's just say it's low poly, and this one is sculpted. But we have eyes. So okay, I'll move the hair strands. So select one and move it to the collection 4. You can, when you select the object, you can move its position with M. So M controls the collections, or you can just drag. So which one is more comfortable for you? You can of course select a few objects and press M and move them together in a collection. I'll actually rename to strand and this one to strand. It will automatically put in the numbers, so I don't worry about numbering for now. And I'll select this one. You can actually hide this part if it's in the way. So I'll select this part, go sculpting mode, and now I can freely hide our curve here. Try to move it into the nice position. What I'm really worried about, not leaving a bald spot on top. Bald spots are usually quite visible, so I really try to take care of that part first. And with this grab brush tool, I'll scrape some away. We can unhide our curves and see what's going on. If you can see some of the differences, you can move it carefully. And I think we have quite a nice base for it. Let's go back into object mode. Select this one, Shift D again for duplication. And let's go back into the sculpting mode. This one will be on this side. Let's move it to that side. Smaller grab brush tool to get it closer to the head. I'll actually move this part a bit down because we're probably going to be changing it later. And let's position it, the tilt, closer to the head. When I'm done with this part, it's very important to fix the end of the hair. I'll try using a lot of smooth tool to make it smoother. And now is the script. I'll script this side because I want the hair to be tilting. So sometimes you might get a weird errors. So I'll recommend using Voxel Remeasure to fix it. But in my case, I think it's quite fine. What I want to do is probably select this one. If I'll Q again for switching sculpting tools and just grab it a bit down. I'll actually hide this one. Select this one. Maybe hide the head too. And lift this part up because it seems like it's embedding in the head, which I don't really want to happen. Very, very small, but good movement. I just want the hair to be following the head shape. So let's quickly draw and show what I mean by that. So it doesn't have to be exactly what I will show you, but it's important to keep this in mind. So as you know, our hair is moving like this, like an egg shape, right? So I kind of want my hair to replicate that shape. And at this point, it was like moving nice. And this part was down and this one up. It's just weird. So I tried to lift that. I tried to lift this part a bit up. So it goes back to the oval shape. I hope it's not too complicated. And at this point, I see that we lifted our hair a bit too high. So what we're cool with the 3D is I'll select everything here. On the strands, I'll move it a bit down. And we'll definitely have to go into the sculpting mode. And just try slowly extending these parts. Now, keep in mind that more time you spend on this, the better it's going to look. If you try to rush it, it's not going to end up looking too good. Let's move this part as well. And it looks much better right now. Let's move it up. And we can go back into duplicating our object. So I'll select this strand, Shift D to duplicate, and sculpting mode. This one will be our first on the side here. I'll move it accordingly. Very, again, important to move the corners of the hair to position them better. Can use pretty heavily smoothing brush. And I think that at this point, my mesh is creating quite a few errors. So I want to use remesher. Don't want to really go above 50,000 for one strand because it can get very laggy very fast. So try to keep it at 50,000. 12,000, so I'll increase the voxel size and just slowly grow it till I feel like it's enough. Let's try 40,000 for now. I think it might be enough. Again, extremely important to follow the references to get everything following that and not your imagination. I'll use, again, scrap tool, scrap the side of this. And we have quite a nice fitting new shape. Let's go back into object mode. I'll save the file just in case. Duplicate this object again. And sculpting mode as always. It's quite a big brush to reposition it because we're moving it quite a lot. Let's move it. And almost done with this. Just let's use the grab brush tool to get it closer to the head, because side hairs definitely are not that far from the head. Some scrap brush tool. Scrape, scrape. And it's looking pretty good. I think this one is a bit too far, so I'll use the scrape brush tool on this. Get it closer to our head. And we can sculpt this part too. Maybe made this one a bit too big. I'll try to make it smaller. And I'll duplicate this one now. Sculpting mode. For the beginning, this one is too big, so I'll scale it down. Let's move it to the side so we can see what's going on. And what I'm going to do is try to make it a bit more as a line, then heavily try smoothing it. It probably would be easier to make it from new shape instead of trying to create it, but sometimes we're very much not thinking about how to make it quicker, just try to power it through. Sometimes it's a better approach, but most of the time not. Okay. Move tool. Let's move it closer to the body. Can use some rotation. And now I think we're set to go in and use grab. Let's try to not leave anything bold. And smooth, of course. We can very lightly use scrape tool again. And just smooth on top. Quite nice. And we just have to do the same for another side. Sometimes I just select this part and use the mirror modifier and just apply it. Go into edit mode. With L, I'll select one part, and with the P, I will separate the selection. This way there's separate objects, but now I can way quicker just change this one. I think I will voxel remesh this part, so I'll save the file first, and let's use the voxel. 30,000, that's good. It probably will go to 40,000. Okay, and just change the position. And I think at this point we created quite a lot, quite a few of them. They look pretty decent from the back, same as from the front, the side. But for now, we have to make strands. You have to make her hair braided as in the concept, which will make it easier to position everything else. So there's, I'll save the file. At this point, we need to create a famous Jinx braids. For that, I'm going to drag this down so I have more space for creating a new collection. This way I'll try to keep everything clean. I'll press on this collection and add a new object, which is going to be plane. So Shift A, mesh and plane. I'll press 7 numpad to go into the top view, or use this little icon, tap edit mode, and I'll add a one loop, Ctrl R loop, and select it in the middle. Right mouse click to release it, and select these two lines, X, delete. Now we'll have 2 points. I'll select both of them and right mouse click and subdivide. I need to have 9 vertices, so subdivide, subdivide, and we have 9. This is very small, so I'll press S and scale it 5, but make sure you have from medium point and this one is off. So S scale 5. It's going to be bigger now and easier to see. What you have to do is select 3 on one side and then move them. So I'll press G to move, E on X, E, U on U axis, and press 1 to move it one segment up. And we have to do the same for this side. So G to move, E axis, and 1. Now we have to put it on this opposite side. So what you do when you press 1, you just press minus and it will change the side. So now I keep pressing the minus and you can see it switches the side. I'll enter and I'll select 2 of these ones, leave the middle one open, and 2 of these ones. I'll press S to scale and Y on Y axis. I'll scale them a bit down and we have something like this way. I'll go into the side view, and what we have to do is now 1 from the first one, we select the second one, and from the middle one, we select the second one. Now we have to move it up or down, it doesn't really matter. I'll move this one's up. So G to move, Z on z-axis and 1 on the top. Now we have to do the ones that are left or counting from the side. So from the last one, this one, and from the last one, this one. Now we have to do G to move again, Z, 1, and this time minus. Oh, you'll get something like this. And this is how we're going to create our braids. We'll have to be adding a rate modifier and lowering the value. We'll need 3 segments. That's right, lowering quite a lot. We'll be using the merge button, don't forget this one. And it's quite hard to see at the moment. So what we have to do is we have to add a skin modifier. Don't forget to choose the smooth shading from skin modifier. And it looks extremely blocky. So we definitely need to add a subdivision surface modifier. I'll press like 2 times. And it looks too slim. So what I'll do is select everything with a shortcut A. We can go into Vertices mode to see if everything is selected. Okay. And now we can use shortcut, which is Ctrl A, or go to Mesh, Transform, and Skin Resize. You can see Ctrl A. And now just drag the mouse up and down. So we get something like this. Looks pretty good. And we have to add a last array modifier. Let's scroll down to it, and we just have to lower this value till it connects. All of the 3 points connect, and now we can increase on how many segments we want. But as you can see, we have some weird errors. So what I usually do is scale a bit down the whole mesh, just scaling it down, nothing complicated. You can scale it on x-axis, on y-axis to make it the way you want. And I can see that this part is not connecting. So what I will do is just turn off a skin modifier for a moment. And we have to change the value where this one, this open one, would connect to this one. It's on this option, the last one we added. We can try adding up. It moves way too much. And let's just try adding a number. Doesn't add up. And see, like it works now. Don't forget to turn on the merge option. And we can turn back our skin modifier. We have to move it, array modifier, a bit higher. So the first one, array will be the second one, and skin and subdivision. Now we have something that looks this way. If you want, you can make it slimmer on one side. Let's say it's too big on the z-axis. So I'll just select our curve, our mesh, S, to scale, and just scale it on the z-axis. Now it will influence and not really change the thickness. Keep that in mind. Let's add quite a few on the length. We can unhide now our head. And if you go out in the object mode, you're free to move. So that's positioned to where we want it to be. And I'll go back into edit mode because I think it's too big. I'll scale it a bit down. And when you scale down, the skin modifier doesn't really scale down. So you'll have to use Ctrl A again, or go into Mesh, Transform, and Skin Resize. Let's resize it to be a bit slimmer. And you can add as many segments as you really need. Now, the whole body would probably be as long as this, but in case of this tutorial, we don't really need that much. So let's not add too many. Okay, when we have this one done, what you will have to do is apply this. So sometimes when I'm not really sure if I will keep this one, I'll just create a duplicate object. So let's name this one braid, and you can call it main, and just Shift D, and rename the one to copy. On the copy one, I'll just, don't forget to hide the main one. And on the copy one, I'll just apply everything. Don't forget to apply from the top. The first one on top has to be applied, moving down. And we will have something like this. I'll press Ctrl A to reset all transforms. And now our mirror modifier will be working correctly. If you did not use Ctrl A, if you apply mirror modifier, you see what happens. It goes not on the way where you want, and this doesn't really fix. So we have to use Ctrl A, transform, and now everything works perfectly. And now, when we're done with setting up everything, we can try fixing our sculpting here. So firstly, I will probably have to fill in this gap. We can definitely copy, or not exactly copy, but mirror. What do we have on the other side? So I'll do that. Mirror both of these ones. And I'll apply. Go into, you can select both of the objects and go into edit mode. I'll select one of this, P, selection, L to select everything, P, and separate selection. Now, if I go back into object mode, everything should be their own object, which it is. Okay, I'll select this part, go into sculpting mode, and not forget to save your file. Now, when your file is saved, let's slowly try to move this in the correct position on how we want it to be. Again, I'll cue for switching the tool. We can change our color back to where we were. And just fill in those bold, naughty spots. Some smooth brush. Nothing complicated. And at this point, I do a little bit of cheating. So I see this part is going this way. So what I do is take this and try to align it. You can try aligning, hiding, like this. I select this one. Maybe make it a bit like that. I don't want to leave her a bit too much bold on below. So I'll take care of that. And of course, with this one, oh, I'm actually going to move this one like that. So it can definitely become a bit of testing what looks better, but just make sure it looks like it goes there. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but if you're really trying to make Jinx, I definitely recommend spending way more time than I am spending right now. I'll still show you how to fix some of the parts which we still didn't do yet. Okay, so when we have one side fixed, I'll show you that we still have a lot of boldness left underneath. What I do is, again, use one of the object, Shift D, so I have a duplicate, Sculpting Mode, and let's get our tools back, and let's position this. Okay, I will use the R, a bit of rotation, and this one will actually have to be something like this shape. Why did rotation reset? Okay, something like this shape. I'll scale it a bit down. I guess it just doesn't apply rotation for some reason. They should definitely fix that. Grab tool. Let's maybe move it a bit closer. Okay, I guess you can, if you rotate, you cannot do anything else with it. With transpose tools, they definitely should check up in that. I'll use inflate brush to inflate it back, because it seems like when we're moving it, we're losing a bit of volume. Get it pretty close to the head. What you can do is Alt Q, select this strand, you see which one is highlighted, then hide it. And have more visible view on what we're working on. I'll use a bit of pose tool to make this closer to the head. Then smooth it out. And we have to make something like this. I'll heavily smooth this part. And you would have something like that. I would recommend adding one more here where it's hidden, but in this case I will think that this is going to be enough for us right now. Okay. We have to do the same thing for other side. Let's go with that. We can definitely Shift D to duplicate this object. We can flip it on sides. So how to do that is go edit mode, select everything, Control M. I don't know why, but it's for mirror. And which axis do you want to mirror on? So I want it to flip on X channel. So I'll press X and it will flip to X. Now we can slowly move it in the position. Go back from the edit mode and you can see that the shading looks different. So usually when you do this mirror, normals flips. So we have to unflip them, Shift and do unflip. And now we can go back to our crispy work. Okay. Let's position it. I'll probably block this top part so I don't really think about it too much at the moment. Let's align our biggest strand. Definitely need to work on this one. This one I'll definitely be moving there. And as you can see, it doesn't have to work for every single part. I'm definitely will use a new annotation. If you're a true fan, tell me how many annotations I will have at the end of the video. So what I'm trying to do with this is very important, is that I'm following a fake shape of the braid. I'm not really connecting the object. but it does seem like it has some connection. Same goes for this one. We have to work a bit more on this one, but you can see someone goes inside like that. I'm trying to keep that continuity of these things, which will make them look way more like they are in the correct place. Let's work a bit on this one. It doesn't completely have to go in a correct way if you cannot find for some parts, but for the parts that you can do, you definitely should do. I don't know where to put this one. Maybe in here it will look like it connects to that one too. And this way, we have a pretty good looking here. So I probably should at least try fixing this one, right? Okay. So we have a pretty good looking hair. Now, sometimes we want to add a bit of small parts. In our references, I see that we do have a bit something. Maybe fixing this part. We can drag down or even make a separate object for this lower part of the hair. And now we can do a little bit of cheating, which I usually recommend doing it. I'll duplicate one of the strands to separate it, go into it, and I'll scale it down. Now, I will delete just vertices, which I don't think we need, at least for now. Maybe later we will be adding a bit more. What you do is fill in. So sometimes it feels like it's lacking because most world haircuts will not have a hair perfectly standing in a position where they have to. We get some of the frail hair. Okay, definitely not this extreme though. This one is flying off. But we would have something like this. Okay. Let's fill in the place. I definitely can subdivide this part just to make this transition a bit sharper and cleaner. See how much it fills the empty space. So you don't have to do too many. You can go even a bit slimmer. But just adding a few will definitely help. They might be a bit hard to position, but the payback is usually worth it. Should have them bending in a different ways. Sometimes you can even connect them. It will still look decent. Okay. See? Fills in that emptiness of the hair. And in our reference, actually, there's a little bit of trick for you. So I want to have this line straight. What you can do is select it and S to scale it, and scale it on Z axis. So I'm going to make it flat this way, and I want to make it flat another way. So Z, and see which axis I need to check and just scale it to 0. This way I will have it completely flat. Let's check which tilt side we want. And we probably don't need that many vertices here, right? Oh, be careful to not select everything like I just did, because I accidentally moved those parts which we're already done with. And we can have, actually going to delete more, because we definitely don't need much. You can have something like this. Don't forget to tilt them, make them move. Make them different sizes. And yeah, we're basically done with the hair. All we will have to do is just apply some material to them, but maybe you'll talk about that a bit later. So before maybe you'll start texturing, if you want to be using this head more than just rendering, probably should go ahead and retopologize these sculpted parts. I'll show you how to do it for one. So for hiding everything, I will select this, press Shift and hold it, and press H. It should hide everything, just not this strand. Now I'll create as again any object. It still has to be in the middle. So if you forgot how to do it, is Alt G, Alt R, and Alt S. It'll reset all the things for it. Okay, I'll go into edit mode, select everything and delete it. Don't forget to use the snap tool, set it up to the face option. And for the hair, you usually don't use mirror. Control, right mouse click to place in the vertice and just follow the sharp parts. For the hair, you don't need that many. So just follow the shape. So just the sharp parts as I teach you before. When we're done with this, I select two of edges, make it the face. And now just keep pressing F till I fill in everything. I see there's a bit too much of distance between these two. So I will try adjusting it. And now I can hide and see what's happening. Make sure you remember which one you hide. So it's really not that complicated. Let's do one more of the loops in here. It really depends how low you want to go. I would definitely not recommend going high. And if you want to increase the poly count, rather use Subdivision Surface. And with the Subdivision Surface, just use a shrink wrap, and that should be done. Okay, so let me follow vertices and see how it goes. I'll try to fill in the face now just to see if I got everything right. And when I have everything right, now I don't need to tilt my view too much because I can freely see what's happening underneath the strand. Oh, I would say it doesn't really matter how many polys you add, but if you're trying to make your job maybe a bit easier, you can still keep thinking about having a equal amount. So number divided by 2. That way you won't be creating any triangles. And a lot of people don't like dealing with the triangles. Okay, I'll fill in this one. And I think this one will be the last one to be filled in. Let's see what we have. Oh, I think we have one more place where to fill in. And it seems like our normals are flipped. So again, select everything, Shift and N. Now, for this ones, you can do manually. So just by selecting a quarter and fill in. Because I have only 6, so it fills in very, very beautifully. If you have more and you're not sure how to fill in, and then press F3 and write grid, and you'll find this one. You can use Ctrl F shortcut. Let's try that, Ctrl F, and there's a grid fill. If you're not happy how it put in, let's do it again, grid fill. And on the options, we can rotate or add more segments, which in this case doesn't really make sense to add more. Let's do the same at the bottom. Can use the same grid fill if we're too lazy. And offset. And it's usually enough. But at this point, we kind of need the sharp part. So what I'm going to do is select both of those faces and extrude them. And try to fill in here. We can move this metal edge a bit forward to make it look like it has some sharpness. And we can just shade smooth. Let's unhide our head. Seems like it works perfectly fine. Now, sometimes we would like to add subdivision surface. We can only add one and it will definitely be enough. And just use on that strand. As you can see, it looks perfectly fine. Maybe you'll have to fix 1 or 2 weird errors where the lines get pushed away because of how it's formed. But usually it looks perfectly fine. So for my actual Jinx model, I did like this to all of my strands, but you're free to leave them. Let's make sure we put that low poly strand in the low poly options. You can always hide it. Okay. Now, maybe by a chance you'll want to texture your hair, or you just don't want to keep it a curve. Let's press on them. Go into options. Firstly, I always like to check subdivisions, so if lowering makes it look really bad, so definitely 1 looks horrible. 2 is actually already looking pretty decent. So if it would be a game model, I would probably use 2. And for animation rendering, like 3 or 4 is definitely enough. Now, let's check on our curve how much we got, and we got 12. That's definitely too much. So I'll lower and check my hair so they don't change the shape too much. You can see sometimes those sharp edges starting to fade away. That's because there's not a lot of poly count, not a lot of vertices to fill in that. And seems like even with 2 we would be able to work. We want to make it look a bit crispier, so I'll have like 7. You can also, as always, go back to our thingy and do a little bit of adjustments. Nothing complicated. Probably not this extreme of change. Forgot that I have this snapping tool on. And I think this will be good. I'll hide this one and I'll duplicate just for a test. So if I have these now selected and I go into my object and there's a convert button and you can convert it to mesh. So if you press this button, now go into edit mode, you can clearly see that this is a mesh. For my Jinx, what I did is select few edges, make sure you're in the edge mode, and use dissolve. If it's bothering you or you're going to use it on game engines, you definitely should at least delete these ones. Or as I told before, just lower a count of Bezier circle. This way you're able to UV and texture the hair. Now for rendering, we don't really need that, but it's happy that you will know now how to do it. Okay. We can start with UVing. We'll do it for the face. I'll go here on the side, and when I get this crosshair icon, I'll start dragging while holding my left mouse click to the left side to get a new window. And in that window, I'll use UV editor because we'll be making a UV map. I'll have my head selected. You can hide what you don't need. Maybe let's put the braids. Let's hide the main one. And let's maybe put the braids in the fourth one with the hair. And when we have our face now, and you think you're completely done with it, you can actually make an inside of the mouth. But for making that, you probably will need to apply mirror. If you don't want to apply mirror, you can go into a wireframe view. Usually for highlighting the window, I press Ctrl and space on that window. So the window you will choose will be full screened. And now just extrude. As you can see, we still have a shrink wrap on. And just remember that for inside, you won't be able to use shrink wrap because it will still be applying for it and moving it down. So we'll have to apply everything and then make your inside of the mouth like this. I just usually scale it on Z-axis. You can use a smooth vertice. So make sure you're in a vertice mode, smooth vertices. Get a bit more reasonable shape, scale up, smooth, scale up. Now when your shape is not that bad, you can just extrude more times and get the inside of your mouth. You can, of course, fix the shape manually, which you probably definitely should do. And this way you have the inside in mouth. Now, I don't really want to apply anything. So what I'm going to do is just not have it. Okay, I'll turn on back my modifiers. Can even use 2 to make it look a bit more crisp. And in the edit mode, I'll make sure I select these ones so I can see vertices very well. I will start UVing. So if you select everything and press U and unwrap, we will get something like this. It's because right now we have a mirror modifier, but let's say we have applied our mirror modifier, we'll still be able to use this one. But usually the faces are UV'd like this. So you take it from this part and just go till somewhere here. Control and E. And you can now mark seams. And when you select everything, press U and unwrap. You should get something like this. If we drag this one out till we can see this bubble, we can go here and turn on display stretching, and we'll see if some areas need work. So sometimes we can separate the ears by selecting around them. That's why the loops are very important. Seems like I made a loop not work too well. And sometimes you want to do a loop around the nose, separate it. But in this tutorial, we'll probably keep it this way. But before applying, of course, your everything, I'll always recommend keeping a duplicate for your head. So let's duplicate it. Let's hide the last one. And this will be the one we'll be working on. So I can apply everything. And I'll actually do the AV and wrap. Make sure you're in the middle. Control E, mark seam, select everything and unwrap. We'll be using this. Now, we'll have to go into a shader editor. And in the material options, while the head is selected, create new material. I can call this head and create some stuff. So in shader options, just same as in the 3D viewer, if you want to add something, you will use Shift and A. Now you can add a texture and image. Let's connect this one. And if we go into the preview, should see something like this. Let's create a new. You can choose how much quality you want of your texture. I will use 40, 69, 40, 96. You can copy and paste or just write it again. Now I'll write head base color to make it short. And now when I see this one icon here again, I'll drag down because I want one more viewer where we will be to see our image. I'll open this newly created image and save it. So image, save as, and save on your place where you think, where your project is. Save this image, and now we'll be able to go into drawing mode. So let's select the head and go into texture pane. Make sure the texture is selected. Make sure it's turned on in here. And now we can start painting on it. You'll see the live updating here of the image. I press N to get this menu. And in the tool options, I'll change my color a bit later, but now I will choose fill. Try to select the color. you can copy from the concept if you uploaded the image here and upload it. Now, I think the lighting is too strong, so I'll go here and change the lighting to something different. I have some of the ones uploaded, but you can use the base one and lower the strength, or set up the scene for yourself. Okay, so I'll go and test a few of these, see which one works the best. Maybe this one looks pretty clean. Let's see in our color management that look would be set to a very high, so we can see the contrast. Sometimes people don't advise you to use very hard, so using the high one. And seems like we have a small error. We will see what to do with it, but it's not that visible yet. Okay, so for painting, it's very, very important to follow your references. So find the image that is very, very well, where we will be able to see everything. I think I'll make my skin a bit more pinkish. Maybe that's a bit too much. Do a few tests, see which color works for you. If you're not sure, you can copy my from the screen, but you will have to take a screenshot of it. And now we can start painting. Usually there's another thing is when you paint, it will go over a bit, but sometimes it doesn't go over enough and doesn't cover everything. So what if that happens and you want to have a bit more of here, just make sure your UVs are not too close to each other because it will start overlapping. What you have to do is extend your window till you can see the options. And in options, there's a thing called bleed. I usually increase the bleed to like 6 or 8 pixels and then fill the mask again. And you can see it fixed that nose error. And in the back, we don't have that weird line which we had just now. So let me go back. If you're looking at very careful, I'm not even sure if it's visible in the recording. You can see the small line. If we zoom in, it's not visible, but for some reason it appears when we zoom out. So yeah, just increase the pixel size, press on it, and now it's much less visible. It really doesn't exist. I don't know why shading shows it. Okay. Everything looking good. And maybe you can play with the rotation of the light. I want to have some of the light falling on the face. Okay, let's start with the painting. Painting will be a bit difficult. Problem comes from Blender not having too well of the layers. And if you really want to use layers, then you will have to do a lot of tweaking. I'm not gonna show it because it becomes very complicated early, or you'll need some add-ons. What I'm going to do is choose the draw option, make sure my texture is selected, make sure this one is here. And by the way, every time you change the image, or you paint, nothing is saved. So if you go and do something else, the save will be cleared and you will lose all the progress. So you can see in here in your editor of image editor, you can see that the image has a small star. That means it's not saved. So what you will have to go is go here and press save, or you will see the shortcut is Alt S. Now, if I go back,
I guess it's saved already. You cannot go back with that. But if you cover your cursor or here and press Alt S, it's not gonna save. In here, not gonna save. So you will have to go on this window where your texture is and press Alt S in here. And you can see the wheel start spinning. If I press here, the wheel is not spinning and says that this node is not connection to swap. So you must cover here and press Alt S. Okay, let's go forward and see what we're going to do with a texture. I usually start with the easiest part, so painting over the eyes. Now we can hide our eyes for now and just fill in the redness. Make sure you have the symmetry selected same as in the sculpting mode and just very carefully draw over. Now 4K it's usually pretty laggy for Blender. Try not to hurry too much. And paint. Sometimes it helps to see in a different views. Like in a solid view, you can see the lines a bit more sharper. Just remember that it's not gonna look as it looks in a solid view. Especially not while you have a matte cap selected. If I go into studio, you can see that the sharpness kind of fades away, but you can still see a bit better than in the material shading mode. Now let's unhide our eyes and see if we didn't mess up too much. And I think like we did pretty good. But at this corner, it shouldn't be that dark red. Oh, I hide it ahead. It should be much softer. So when I paint these parts, I can switch up. Oh, by the way, for selecting the color, you just press S. You just press S and it's, if you can see in here, when I hold my S, it changed the color from where I'm covering. And you can create a color palette and add this color here. Let's press the skin. We can add skin color here. And now you'll be easily able to change in between those. I usually select the skin color and very lightly draw those to the eyelid, because I don't want to have it such a harsh for the eye area. We can unhide our eye and try to fix this. We can also use some of the soften brush. It can be quite laggy. Let's hide our eye for now and play with this smooth tool. Make sure you're changing the views, because sometimes in the texturing it blurs some of the areas from the views. As you can see in here, they're making some errors. When you think you're done, you can hover and press Alt S just in case. Let's unhide our eyes. We can check and render preview. We can always lower the value here by just going back to your skin color and lightly drawing over it. We can use the smooth again. We can start painting the lips. Or actually, let's try painting the face itself. So I'll select the face. And while the face is selected, I'll drag out this menu a bit bigger. You can see the colors a bit more. And I'll just lower it down to make it a bit more red. Or we can import our reference and choose the color from the reference. Maybe that's too much. Let's try painting over the eyes. So what I'm trying to do is just literally follow the reference. Sometimes the brushes are too smooth. So if it's too smooth, you'll have to go to a fall-off options and choose something much harsher. Like this is probably a bit too harsh. This seems more of the style. And of course, play with the color. Now it looks more like a bruise. And paint accordingly to what I see on the reference image. No need to hurry. Just very slowly and carefully. And well thought out changes. You can do some of the blushing on a cheek with the big brush. Let's not forget to add this color in the palette. And we will fix everything a bit later. Okay, when we have something like that, I think we need to work on our forehead. So I'll select this color, and I see that the forehead has a bit more highlight, a bit more light color. So I'll move my closer to a light color. Try painting it. On the forehead, we can go into solid view, see if it changes a lot. It's not that visible. We can try moving it a bit more. Don't really need to be extremely visible, but something close to the reference. Let's use it in the areas where we think we need. I'll actually be highlighting the face a bit later, so we don't need to worry a bit for now. I'll select this color bag and drag it a bit down, a bit darker. And now I'll start painting my lips. Her lips are quite harshly painted. If you have a trouble painting a nice line, what you can do is first, if you're using a tablet, turn this off because it's adding different strokes. And in the stroke options, we can use stabilize stroke again and make a nice lines. Might have painted a bit too much. So I'm going to do is first save this color and then select our skin color back. And with the skin color back, I can draw back. Now sometimes it's hard to see what you're drawing on here. So you can go into your texturing view. And if you go into this view and go into here, you can actually paint even in this view. It can be beneficial to fix some areas like this. Just make sure that you know that's not getting mirrored. Maybe a bit harder to fix in there in some cases, but definitely easier in other ways. We can also in options turn on the wireframe, and usually this makes it pretty visible. And we can follow the mesh. We can press X button, and X button usually switches this. Make sure you're in this view and have two colors. So I'll have one lip and one clearing. This way I can do adjustments faster. It's a lot comes to testing. So it doesn't have to be completely following. You choose what looks better. Definitely too little now. And it's just a game till we get something that looks decent. When we're done with this, we have to do some of the highlights. So when this color is selected, I'll make it a bit lighter and drag it a bit down. And actually I will use lower strength with the tablet pressure. And we can do a bit of drawing on the lips, making those small highlights. Again, very important to follow reference. Sometimes it's much harder, but if you're going to do this way, make sure you're smoothing. Be careful with the smooth brush because it seems like it deletes some of the color away. Can maybe make it a bit lighter or just do testing. I think the lighter color works better. And I will work with the smooth. If it's too strong, you can use some smear, but smear is quite complicated to use. But what you should know is that from the color you start dragging, it will smear that color in. So if I start with the light one and smear, it's gonna smear the light. And if I start from the dark part and smear into the light one, it will smear this way. Let's make it a bit darker. Or again, use the dark color, lower strength, and just drag over these parts. These parts got from the smoothing, they lost their color, so you can draw that color back. And smooth. Let's move this part. Now, when I have something like this, I'll go and use totally black color. You'll be painting the highlights. Highlighter for our eyes. So what I'm going to do is turn off the strength and try copy the reference. It doesn't have to be perfect. because we're going to model the eyelashes a bit, but this one definitely going to help. Make sure you're not covering the eyelid too much on the bottom one. And now I can use soften. Again, it can get laggy because we're using a 4K image. And I'll smooth a bit up here. It seems like we're getting some lag issues, so if you're afraid to use your project, don't forget to Alt-S on the image area. I think at this time we can use the face color. And start fixing these parts. Can turn off the stabilize stroke because we don't really need it for now. Be careful not to draw on the lips too much. And just try merging in the colors. Just very lightly drawing over it. We can use some smooth again. Remember that it's laggy. Don't really understand why this move is so laggy, but I really don't like that it's so laggy. Because it is pretty useful part of tool. Can make it bigger. And now maybe let's go back to the color. Let's actually use lowest strength, like 0.3, and just not use this part. Can use a bit of stabilized stroke. Maybe that's even too strong. We can lower it. It has to be barely visible. 0.05 maybe. Even that is a bit strong. Make sure our brush is again pretty harsh. This one is pretty harsh. And draw the lines like in a show. Can you use the skin color again just to make some differences sharper, or draw over the color to make it a bit lighter? Our eyebrows seems a bit of the mess right now, so I'll try using smooth brush. But if you're having a trouble like me, so maybe let's go and clean it up with simple brush. We'll have to do quite a few different strokes. We can increase the strength, of course. We'll be able to clear it quite quick. And we can go back to that redness. Just lower the strength. Let's draw it back. I think what I did, I just draw this too big. So I'll use the light brush to cut it off. Seems like some of the parts of the eyelids have some of these highlights. So I'll try to do the same with a totally black color. Just few iterations. Same goes for the top. And now I'll increase the strength, make my brush small, and try filling in some of these small dots on the face. I'll definitely don't forget to turn off the symmetry. And don't be afraid to move your mouse because none of the dots are actually equal and none of them are actually sphere shape, like circle shape. So all of them have some difference. So when I put my dot in and move my mouse around, I think our lips could get a bit more work. So I'll use the skin color, clear some, or actually let's use the darkest one to delete the things we added before. Let's not forget to turn back the symmetry on. And we can be a bit more careful this time. So everything is about not being in too much of the hurry. Low strength. Maybe even a small brush. I'll actually turn off this. Make something like that, lines. I see that the top has a bit different clear. Again, seems a bit strong. I'll try to smooth. And I will draw with the dark color again on top. Just because I think what we added is too strong. Maybe that's a bit too harsh. It's actually not that bad for now. Let's Alt S our image. And it looks pretty good for now. Let's unhide our hair just to see how it looks like. We can go in, select our hair. Let me turn this back on. Won't need wireframe. And let's create a new material. I see that I have one, but let's just create a new one. Let's call it hair. And can make this a bit bigger so we can see what's happening over here. Let's choose a color. A bit more teal, a bit more green. So it has some blue parts and some green parts. Just play with the color. Let's hide our head and eyes for now. And when you have everything like this, if you select your hair strand and press A and go in your material options. There's a little arrow and you can paste material and you can copy material to select it, and everything will have the same material. So now you won't have to go through every single part and turn it on. Let's unhide our head. And I think it looks pretty good. We'll do a test render a bit later, so now I'm not worried about that. We can go back on our face to texture pane, and we can start drawing eyebrows. Now, eyebrows will be very difficult to draw. Let's of course make our screen bigger. Let's choose the darkest color. Actually, let's make it a bit brown, so drag it up and drag this one around here. Maybe closer to orange, and you can see the dark brown color appears. I'll not make it completely black. Let's check my symmetry and try positioning the eyebrows. I'll definitely use stabilized stroke and just try to copy what I see on my reference. I'll make my strength maximum, turn off the tablet sensitivity, and try to draw something that resembles it. And when I have something like this, I'll turn my skin color back on and chip out the shapes that I don't need. Let's chip up this. We can always turn the dark color back. And do a few of iterations. Can cut in. Don't be afraid to move out from dark color and brown color. And of course, very small, smooth. So we don't get these sharp lines. Looking a bit better. Now we made a small changes on our forehead. Oh, I want to go back to that lighter color. And just very, very smoothly, no need full strength, no need stabilized stroke. Smoothly draw in. I'll actually choose our skin color and make it quite darker. And in the reference image, it seems like the nose bridge is highlighted. So I'll try very, very carefully to do that. Okay, when we're done, I'm gonna go close and try using the smooth brush again. If it lags, I'm going to release and go back. It lags, I release. Very patient with this. That's the important part. We can, of course, go back with our skin color. Let's make it non-tablet strength and just very carefully draw over. We can use some smear to smear around. Seems like the smear brush is as well a bit laggy. Try to keep patient.
Now I'll actually fix this part too. The smear. So the end result will look as much as good as you put the patience and time into it. If you're in extreme hurry, then it's definitely not going to end up looking too good. Or you have to be a pro. A lighter color to clean this up. Maybe lower strength. Just smear this one down. As you can see, I'm very carefully with every single inch on part. We can do a bit of work on the eyebrows too. Maybe I'll actually clean them up a bit. So I'll press S to select forehead color to clean up this part a bit. Maybe let's turn up our full strength. Oh, that's too much. I'll use soften for the edge. I don't want it to be that rough. And I think I can draw in a bit off here. Actually, with the S, select this color. Make sure you're not destroying too much of the shape. Smooth brush again. And I will, with S, select something like this darker color. Oh, actually, let's go back to the draw brush. Select something like this. And with this type of brush, I will do a small lines. Maybe try to draw over each line. Just to add some sort of this type of eyebrow detail, like in my reference. It's not very visible, but it does add a small part. And I'll actually clean up a bit more. I'll use quite a small brush. And I'll just make the lines rougher. Don't forget to Alt S. My bottom lip is a bit bad. So I'll do a few tests with the shape. Sometimes it's wrong how it's closing. So you'll have to play with the shape. Let's save our image which we drawn on. Don't forget that. And we can start drawing on our eyes a bit. I'll use a subdivision just to make them look smoother. And use the shade smooth with my right mouse click. Let's add a new material. Let's call it ice. Let's make it not rough. I'm going to add a bit more specularity. And I'll actually take it in the edit mode and select this part, select this loop. And we'll add one more actually loop in here. Select everything back and I will scale it on E-axis on 0. So it will become flat. And I will merge it a bit down. It looks something like this. And we'll need to do, of course, UV map as well. So it doesn't matter what texture is selected at top. What we have to do is just go edit mode. You can go wireframe so I can see what's happening. Select somewhere in the middle. Control E to get this menu. Mark seam. Select everything with the A and U for unwrap menu and unwrap. We'll get 2 balls. Many people like to make a main one big and a back one smaller, but should probably apply mirror now. Let's UV unwrap again. I think it's not really a problem because we're not going to, I hopefully use this in-game engine, but if you're going to use an in-game engine, then the front ones, you have to make it a bit bigger than the back ones, but it's not must do. Oh, let's create a texture. Shift A again for creating menu, texture, image, and let's plug that baby to base color. New. Let's call it ice color. And let's make it 4K. Why not? Maybe let's teach you that not everything should be 4K. So let's make it this one 2K. 2048 by 2048. Okay. Let's apply it. Let's turn our eye colors in here. And let's go back to texture view. Let's save whole file. Texture paint. Let's use the fill. Not actually, eyes are not completely white. And if you don't know how to go completely white by selecting this, you're probably gonna mess it up a bit. You can go in here, RGB, and drag everything to 1. You'll have complete white. You can change a bit of this. Let's maybe make them a bit more bluish. And let's drag this one a bit down and fill in. Looking pretty good. I'll go back into draw options. Press S to get this color. I'll save the color here. And I'll now select completely black one. Go into the front view and start painting my, so I can see how big my iris will be. So I'll try to get my brush size similar. Let's not forget to turn off the stabilize stroke and use the mirror. I'll just click to get something like this. It can be annoying if it goes over the vertices. So what you can do is turn on your vertices back. But it seems like it's completely fine. Yeah. And now we'll select a darker blue color. So be careful. I think Jinx is as are a bit more tealish color, a bit more greenish. So I will move my mouse closer to the middle part of the top, make my ring smaller, and start clicking. I cannot see too well, so I'll hide this part. So we get this base. We can save this color too. And I'll select quite light teal color and quite bright. I'll lower the strength. Oh, I'll lower the strength, change the brush size, and draw like a smiley face. Can do a bit vertical moves like this. Can clear the bottom. And we can save this color too. Now make it completely dark. Put in the iris. And we can make it completely white to add some of the highlights. Let's turn on full strength. These parts can be modeled in, not draw in, and I actually think I'm gonna do that. So let's go back. It's gonna make it even better that way. Actually see that there's a bit more color variation, a bit more lightish color. So I'll do that. Maybe it can lower the part of this to make it a bit smoother, so we don't get these hard shapes now. And just draw them in. Sometimes people like to draw the shadow over the eye. So what I'm gonna do is choose completely black, but on a low strength. I'll hide the head just for a moment. And on the top, do the smile option like we did at the bottom of the iris. And just make the top part a bit darker. I think our iris are a bit small. So what we can do is go edit mode and play with the size. Just be careful, because it changes the eye shape. And as you can see, the eyes look pretty dead. But what we will do is create a new object. Make sure it's in the middle. So Alt G, Alt R, Alt S. I'll press Tab. Delete the object, because we'll be doing a bit of retopology. Snap tool, face option. And now I'll select Control and right mouse click to put in the vertice. And let's draw something. We can go back to solid view. Actually, it's pretty hard to see in the solid view. So let's make shape. Let's go back here. Let's see how it looks. Let's of course fill it in with the faces. And we'll create a material for this object. And we can call it eye light, because this will actually be a light. And we'll change the surface to emission. Let's go back into the render view. And you can see it's shining. Now we can actually even change how bright it's shining. I wouldn't recommend adding too much. And while this is on, we'll be able to use bloom. And it will look pretty cool. Of course, it's still on a working. So let's go ahead and add more. We can even duplicate this. Right. So I'll go into the front view, press Shift D to duplicate it. Can turn on snapping just for a moment. Make this one like this. And let's do one at the bottom. I'll actually twist it like this, so it's facing top and bottom. I'll press S and scale it only on Z axis to make it longer. Maybe scale it down to make it smaller. And we can fit it up here. Now I'll select everything of these ones. I'll extrude it and make it just a bit bigger. Not much. And I'll use Subdivision Surface on them. Now let's go into edit mode and Shift D. Let's move them in the right area on another eye. And now we have a pretty nice looking Jinx. Okay, now what's left is just to make this a cool looking render. So what I'm going to do is go into... Oh, don't forget to save your eyes. Don't forget to save your eyes. Save as. Eyes color. Save. And now, for now, we won't need this. So I will close the windows. If you don't know how, what you do is go to the corner. And when you get this one, press it and hold it and drag top. And you can see the arrow showing that it will merge. You can do which one where it's gonna merge. You can do down. And same goes here. I hold it. Don't drag it left, because you drag it left, it's gonna just make more. So just make sure you're dragging right. And here. Okay. When we're done with this, let's go render mode. Let's see how it looks like. Pretty empty for now. I'll create Shift A for creation, light, and I always like to use area light. Our head seems a bit big, but we're not using any things on materials that the scale would be a big issue, so I don't think we have to play with the scale right now. Let's just play with the power of our lamp. I always recommend using this lamp, make it quite bigger. Seems like our head is quite huge. Let's play with the strength. I forgot to paint one more thing. So we'll need to get our image editor back. Go into the face. We will need a shader too. Select our image here. Select our base color here. Go texture paint. And inside the nostrils, we have to paint completely black. Let's get our mirror on. And let's paint. Let's go far and see how it looks like. Okay, it's pretty good. Alt S to save the image. We can go back into rendering option. I will go into this option and actually turn off the background completely off. Drag it to completely dark. I'll duplicate this lamp and make one behind her. I want to position it from one of the sides. Maybe this side. Make a lamp a bit smaller. Like this. But
definitely increase a lot of strength. So I'll write like 2000. Even this will not be enough. I'll write 5000. Can even go extreme and go 10,000. Maybe it's going to burn out some color, so I'll go back to 4000. And we should definitely not make it completely white. Let's add some color. Can use some from the show, like green. Make this one a bit further away. The further away you'll drag it, the more strength you will have, but the smoother the life itself will be. Let's try 4000 on this light. That's definitely too much. Let's go 2000. Maybe in that is too much. Let's try 1500. So as you can see, a lot of testing. I'll use the same light, duplicate it, drag another side, and I will position it that it would light this area of the face where it's hidden, and make this a light blue, and play with the strength. Now I just want it to be extremely little visible, so maybe 200. Let's make this small so we can see the light. I'll hide the light and see what it does. It adds a bit of shininess. Actually make this lamp a bit bigger, so 15 meters. Maybe even 20 meters. Let's hide the sides. Let's see how it looks. It's looking pretty good. I'll definitely go to options, turn everything. In here, seems like the color management changed again, so let's go into high contrast. When we change into high contrast, we're losing some of the details in here. So what I'm going to do is select the slime and duplicate it and drag it in this side. I'll actually drag it a bit further away so the strength becomes smoother. Let's hide everything again. And congratulations, you just did an amazing looking model. I'll share this model, of course, in the Gumroad for free. Thank you everyone who watched the tutorial, and I hope you liked it. And see you next time.